Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I think we are live. So, can you just please confirm in the chat box? Thanks, Karthik, for the confirmation. We shall be starting soon. Yeah, we'll start at 3 o'clock. We'll start in 5 minutes. But I just wanted to have a quick tech check so that there is no interruption once we start. Okay, I guess it's 3 o'clock and we shall start with the session. This session is about LRDI Marathon, how to approach CAT questions in LRDI. Today we will be featuring CAT 2018 paper. But before we start, this is just a quick tech check. You should be able to hear me, you should be able to see me, and you should be able to see the PPT. If everything is fine, just write down in the chat box so that we can start. Perfect. So let's start. First of all, we'll be going with the objective of the session. So objective of the session is very clear. When it comes to LRDI, these are the things that we need to take care. First, how to rate a set. When you go for a set, you should know that actually this set was difficult or easy before starting the set. And that's what we'll be doing. We'll be rating each and every set. Second is best approaches. So how did I solve this particular paper? So I appeared CAT 2018 and scored a 99.99 in DILR with a score of 67. So I would definitely let you know that what kind of approaches did I go with. I attempted the second slot. So we'll be discussing both the slot today. In the second slot, what did I do during the paper? That is what we will be discussing. Apart from that, we will be revisiting the entire paper of CAT 2018. So there are 32 and 32, two slots, 64 questions. We'll be discussing 50 of them, 50 questions out of them that we'll be discussing. And finally, developing stamina. So this entire session will be lasting for almost 4 to 4.5 hours. So I would want every one of you to have that stamina so that we can go ahead till the entire paper. So everything, every set, I'll give you 2 to 3 minutes where you will be giving that set a rating. Rating will be divided into three parts. First is type of set. If you understand the set, if you are familiar with the set, then you have to go ahead with 3 on 3. It will be 3 marks, so 3 on 3. If it is not absolutely familiar, but you think you can do, you will give it 2 marks. And if you feel that it seems to be a tough set, you will give 1 mark. And if you can't understand anything, it's a 0 mark. Then we'll go to the conditions. If all the conditions are direct, 3 marks. Some of them are deductive, 2 marks. Most of them are deductive, 1 mark, and all of them are deductive, 0 mark. And eventually we'll go to the questions. If all the questions are open, they may start with if, which of the following, which of the following can be true, can be false. Those kind of questions are called open questions. And close question is how many, it starts with that. So basically, if all the questions are close question, you can give 4 marks. Most of them are closed, 3 marks. Most of them are open, 2 marks. And all of them are open, then 1 or 0 marks. So that's the strategy for giving marks to the questions. So without any further ado, let's start with the paper. First slot, we'll start with the first slot. I'll start with question number 5 to 32, and then we'll go with first to fourth question, because the first set was the most difficult one. So we'll be taking at the end. So let's start with the 5 to 8. Rating is something that you need to do. Your time starts now. 2 minutes to rate this set. So I hope everyone has read this set. Let us understand this set and then rate it, and let's move to the solving of this set. Now the question is, an ATM dispenses exactly 5,000 rupees per withdrawal using 100, 200 and 500 rupees notes. The ATM requires every customer to give her preference on one of the three denominations of notes. It then dispenses the notes such that the number of notes of customer's preferred denomination exceeds the total number of notes of the other denominations dispensed to her. Now this is again, as far as this set is concerned, it is easy to understand. So suppose if I choose a 500 rupees denomination, then if it gives me X notes, then 100 and 200 combine should be less than X. That's the entire agenda, entire strategy. So I've understood that when you understand the set remains quite understandable. So you can have a 3 marks for set. As far as conditions are concerned, so you have to understand with every selection that a person makes, it will be multiple ways you can make that arrangement. So suppose if you want to get 5,000 and if someone has selected 500, you can give 10 notes of 500, you can give 9 notes of 500, 2 notes of 200 and 1 note of 100. That's also possible. 9 1 3 is also possible, which is 4500 plus 247, 47 plus 3, 5000. 905 is also possible. So there are several ways or several ways you can make this 5,000. So you know there will be definitely a lot of counting here. So as far as set is concerned, you can give a 3 on 3, but as far as conditions are concerned, it is somewhere around 1.5. It's not that easy. And if you go with the questions, if you see in how many ways this can serve someone with 500, so you will have counting. If ATM could serve only 10, what is the maximum? What is the number of 500 rupees notes? So if you can understand that this is not every question is on the same table. So every question you will have to fight a bit hard. So questions is somewhere around 1 to 1.5. So that makes it somewhere around 6. 5 to 6 is something that you can rate, or probably the range should be 4.5 to 6. Not a very easy set, at the same time not a very difficult set. Now how can you come to know that you should enter into this set or not? I'll tell you a way. Because we know the amount is fixed, it is always going to be 5,000 rupees. And you have only the denominator of 100, 200 and 500. So I know 5,000 with 100, 200 and 500, there can't be many ways of doing it. If you have 500, you can start with a 10, 9, 8. So you know that number of ways are not going to be very high. There cannot be 20, 30 ways. There will be 6, 7, 8 ways that you can definitely look out to go ahead with this. And hence, if I were given an opportunity, I would have attempted it at a score of 6, and that's the logic. Now let's move on to the solving of set. Let's understand it thoroughly. Now first thing that comes to my mind is the first question. It says, in how many different ways ATM can serve a customer given a 500 rupees note? So we'll start with the 500 rupees note as 10. So that makes it a 5,000. So both the other types will be 00, definitely. Now I'll keep it as 9. 9 5s are 45. Now remaining are 500. So again 2 of 200, 1 of 100, that makes it 5,000. 9, that is 4500, plus 200, that is 4700, plus 300, 905. Now if you can understand the pattern, with 9 500 rupees note, every 200 rupees note which is decreasing, 200 rupees note will be increasing. That makes sense as well. So when you decrease 200, you have to increase 100 rupees by 2. So when I start with 8, now 8 5s are 40, 4,000. There will be 5 notes of 200, that makes it again 1,000. So that is 5,000. Now you will have to just subtract it by 1, increase this by 2, subtract this by 1, increase this by 2, and this will go on. But at some point of time, you will find out that total notes of 100 and 200 together are equal to the notes of 500, and that is not allowed. Someone has selected 500 should definitely get number of 500 rupees note more than number of 100 and 200 combined. So these all are not valid ways, and beyond that, if you even if you try 7, so 7 5s are 35, 3500, you'll require at least 7 notes of 200 and 1 note of 100. That makes it 8 note of 7 100 and 200 combined. So hence beyond this there is no way you can get a person who has selected 500 rupees. So how many ways are this? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, and hence the correct answer is 7. I hope you have understood. Awesome. So when it comes to solving a set, you have to understand that once this kind of set is given where you have to equal to 5000, the total amount was clearly given, and the other denomination were also fixed, 100, 200 and 500. So you know, if you make one case and if you take learning out of it, other sets are definitely doable, other questions are definitely doable based on that. So although the questions looked different, but now if you apply your brains, now you know this in your head, other questions may not take so much time. I hope everyone has understood this question. I'll go to the next one. Yeah. The question is, if the ATM could serve only 10 customers with a stock of 50 500 rupees notes and a sufficient number of notes or other denomination, what is the maximum number of customers among these 10 who could have given 500 rupees as their preference? So you are serving 10 customers, but unfortunately you have only 50 500 rupees note. I want maximum number of customer who has given 500 rupees as their preference. So it's a very simple thing that you will try to give this kind of arrangement to the customer so that every customer has preferred 500 and yet he gets the minimum number of 500 notes. So if you start with 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, after 6 customers, you know that the 7th customer who comes, who must not have gone for 500 as the preference. So if you are serving 10 customers, out of them maximum 6 could have asked for 500 rupees as a preference, and hence your answer is 6. Now I'll take a couple of questions. Someone says, why don't you name this as a PYQ discussion? Yes, this is CAT 18 discussion. So CAT 17, 18, 19 is what we will be discussing. 20 to 24 you will be appearing on your own. Someone is asking, in this case, can we directly stop at 6 to 8? Yes, you can. If you have understood that beyond 8 it is not possible, you should definitely stop at 6 to 8. But for a safety, we checked 7. And finally, someone is asking, is it like algebra? Yes, it is absolutely algebra where 100 and 200 the ratio is 1:2. So where 2 is decreasing by 1, 1 will be increasing by 2. That's what it is. The last question, the second question, I'll repeat it once again so that if you know that you have a scarcity of 500 rupees note, there are only 50 500 rupees note, and someone who prefers to have 500 rupees note can be given 8 notes minimum. So I am thinking that I'll give 8 note to some person, 500 rupees, 8 note to some person who asks 500 as a preference. I have total of 50 notes only. So 8, 8, 8, you can serve only 6 customers who had ordered or who had preference for 500. After that, you are only left with 2 notes because there are only 50 notes. 48 are already used, 86 or 48 are already used. So only 2 are left, and hence you cannot have someone who has preferred for 500, and hence your answer is 6. So second answer is 6, first answer was 7. I think this is clear now. Let's move on to the third question. Third question says, what is the maximum number of customer that an ATM machine can serve with a stock of 50 500 rupees notes, a sufficient number of other notes, if a customer is to be served with at most 20 notes? Now you need at most 20 notes. You have to understand that if you take 500 rupees note as 3, if you take 500 rupees note at 3, that makes it a 1500. That makes it 1500. Now you require 3500 more. For that 3500 you require at least 17 notes of 200 and at least one note of 100, so that makes it 3400 plus 100, 3500. Now this is an unfortunate scenario where you will make total number of notes as 21, but we can serve with at most 20 notes per withdrawal. So you cannot give 3 notes of 500. You have to give at least 4 notes of 500 so that you can conclude in 20 notes. So you will give 4 notes of 500. Now that is 2000. Now 3000 rupees is left. So 3000 you can give as 15 notes of 200, absolutely fine, and 0 notes of 100, or 14 notes of 200, that is 2800, and 2 notes of 100, that is 3000. So 2, 14, 4 makes it 20 notes. 0, 15, 4 make it 19 notes. You can have at most 20. So both of them are comfortably correct solution. So you have to use 4 notes of 500. 4 notes of 500 per customer. You have only 50 notes. So at max you can have 12 customer that could be served. If you want to use exactly 50 notes, so what you can do is you can have 10 customers who are given 4 notes, and then 2 customer who are given 5 notes. 5 notes also will be, you will be able to solve, right? With 5 notes you will be able to solve. So in any ways answer is 12 customer. You cannot have more than 12 customer who could be served because we have only 50 notes of 500 and you have to give at most 20 notes per customer. So that's what it is. You have to understand, I did it with the help of allegation as well when I did it for the first time. So if you can understand what allegation actually does to this kind of question. So suppose I have got 500 rupees note and I have got 200 rupees notes, and I want to make 5000 rupees with 20 notes. That is an average of 250. Now if you can just understand, this is 50, this is 250. So ratio has to be 1:5. So this has to be 1/6 minimum out of 20 notes. So this is minimum 3.33, and hence I know it should be more than 3.33. It has to start with a 4. So with that logic also, you have to start with 4. You cannot take 1, 2 or 3. So first I taught you with intuitions that this is what you can do. And secondly, I taught you with mathematics that yes, it has to be 4. It cannot be 3 or less than 3. That's what it is. Here there is no preferred denomination condition. No, there is no preferred denomination condition. You can prefer anything. There is no condition given. I hope everyone has understood. Let's move on to the next question. Last question on this set. It says, what is the 500 rupees notes required to serve 50 consumers with 500 rupees note as their preference? 50 consumer as their preference, and another 50 consumers with 100 rupees note as their preference if the total number of notes are to be smallest possible. So if total number of notes are to be smallest, 500 rupee customer, 500 preferred customer should be given 10 notes of 500 definitely, because you require minimum number of notes, 10 notes, and such there are 50 customers. So 50 customers, 10 notes, 50 customers, that makes it 500 notes required. And now if someone has asked for 100 rupee as a preference, for that also you require minimum number of notes. Remember that. You can have all 50 notes of 100 rupees. No, but you cannot, because you have to have minimum number of notes. So you have to have 10 and 8 as a combination, because apart from that, if you use 500 rupees note as 7, you will have to use this as 15, and that will not be minimum number of notes. So for minimum number of notes, although someone has preferred 100 rupees note, 500 rupees note has to be as much as possible. So you have to understand, those who have selected 500 rupees notes, 50 customers will be given 10 notes, so that is 500, and 50 customers who have not selected for 500, who have selected for 100, will also be given 8 notes, because number of notes is smallest possible. So 8 into 50, that is 400, and hence total is 900. So 900 is the correct answer. In this set, if you have any doubts, any queries, please ask me in the chat box. If everything is understood, write down done, we'll go to the next set. It is mandatory to write down done so that I can understand that you have understood, and we'll go to the next set. How did you arrive at 10 and 8? Yes, definitely. I'll show you that. How did we arrive at 10 and 8? So I know that 100 rupee notes should be greater than 500 rupees note. So let's say this is X, this is Y. So you know X is greater than Y. And second is 100X plus 500Y, that is equals to 5000. You can take 100 common. So that is X plus 5Y is equals to 50. Now you know total number of nodes to be minimized. And for that, Y has to be maximum possible, but Y has to be less than X. So if you can just, with trial and error, you can understand it is 10, 0 is the first solution. But 10, 0 won't help because X should be greater than Y. So next will be 9 and 5. This increases, this decreases by 1, this increases by 5. But 9, 5 also won't do because X is greater than Y. Next solution is 10, 8. And that is the feasible solution. That is the most feasible solution. 10, 8 is the correct answer. So that's what the first set was. I hope this was a doable set. It was a level at 6th rank. Now we'll go to the second set. The time to rate the set. I'll give you 2 minutes to rate the set. Try and rate the set. I'll close my video so that you can see the entire PPT. There is a question from Stuti, can't we take 200? The answer is no, we can't take 200 because we require minimum number of nodes, and that is only can be possible by 500, not with the 200. If you use 200, it will not be minimum number of nodes. Please read the set. Now, again answering to question of Stuti that if we keep 500 rupees note as 8 and then we keep some notes of 200. No, you require, see, you have to understand the question. Question said you required most number of 500 rupees notes and total number of notes are minimum. So it doesn't have any scope for a 200 rupees note. Anyways, let's understand this question. This question says a company administration gives a written test of 20 marks with DI, English and GK. A composite score of a candidate is out of 80. The DI score is doubled and then other 2 section marks are added. Candidate who scores less than 70 marks in 2 or more section is disqualified. Anyways disqualified, 70 or less. From among the rest, the 4 with the highest composite score are recruited. If the 4 less candidates, 4 or less candidates qualify, all who qualify are recruited. Definitely. Now 10 candidates are appeared for the test and their marks are given below. Some marks are missing with the facts are known. No 2 candidates had same composite score. Ajay was a unique highest in WE. Among the 4 recruited, Geeta had the lowest composite score. Indu was recruited. DHI had the had scored the same marks in GA, and Indu and J, I and J both scored 100% exactly in one section, and J composite score was 10 more than I. Now, if you can see the set seems to be, I would say, very much doable. It looks like that the total score is needs to be just checked. So As far as set is concerned, I would not give a very less mark. It's a known set, 2.5 for the set. But if you can understand the condition, so no two candidates the same marks is not a direct condition. Ajay was a unique highest, not a direct condition. Among the recruited who are recruited that we don't know, so again not a direct condition. So conditions are not great. Conditions is only 1 mark. As far as question is concerned, which of the following must be true, which of the following must be true, if all candidate, if also, again question is not that direct, I'll give you again a 1 or 1.5. That makes it a 5. Previous question was far more easier than this. That's what you need to understand. Previous question was easier because you need to make some denomination and get the number. Here you will have to find out the total score and then you will have to apply the condition. So again, it is not undoable, but definitely a challenging set. Let's try and understand. This is what the set says. Now let's understand whatever the basic things are. Now this guy has got 19 in DI, it will be doubled. 19 twos are 38, 38 plus 12 50, 50 plus 4 54. So this is the composite score of 54. This guy makes it 12 twos are 36, 12 twos are 24, 24 and 18 is 42, 42 and 16 is 58. This is 30, 40, 47. So these are the direct score that were given. Now no two candidate had the same composite score. So I'll just have written no two has same score. Ajay was the unique highest in WE. Now WE someone has already 18 score. You are a unique highest. So it has to be either 19 or 20. And that makes it a total of Ajay as 8 twos are 16, 16 plus 16 32. 32 plus 19 is either 51 or 52. Among the 4 recruited, Geeta had the lowest composite score. So Geeta is recruited with the lowest composite score. If you can see, it is 14 twos are 28, 28 plus 6 34, 34, and now this has to be the lowest among selected, but we don't know who other are selected, but this is what you need to understand. So this is pending, so this is also pending. Indu was recruited, definitely Indu was recruited, so she is recruited, she is recruited. D, H and I had the same score in the GA. So if you talk about GA, D, if this is X, this is X, this is X. I and J both scored 100% in exactly one section, and J's composite score was 10 more than I. Now see, if J has to score 20, it has to be in DI. So I'll just write down. I'm so sorry, I'm not able to write down. So you have to understand this is DI is 20. J's DI is 20. This is 16 plus 14, that is 30. DI is 20, it will be doubled as 40. So total is 70. So J's total is 70. I's total is 10 less, so it has to be 60. Now if you can understand, if I make this as 20, that makes it 40, 48. Now and now this has to be 12. But 12 is already there. So 12, to keep it this as 12, will make it, but yeah, this question, this can be the same score. But yeah, let's try and put it. This is 20. This is 12. Now there is a problem, there is a fundamental problem, that if two areas are less than 70%, that is less than 14, then a person can't be selected. So hence I cannot have 20 marks in a DI. So I's 20 marks must be in GA, and that's what we need to understand. So this is 20 marks, and if this is 20 marks, this has to be 20 marks, this has to be 20 marks. So this is 20. 20 plus 8, 28, you require 60, so this has to be 32 required, so this has to be 16. Now, J's DI score is 13 because of this line. It says Jatin scored 100% in exactly one section. Now, these two sections is not 100%, so it has to be 100 in DI, so this is 70. If this is 70, this is 60. If this is 60, this is 60, so this is 20, because one of the areas Indu also has got 100%. So 20 plus 8, 28, remaining part is 32. So this is 16. So this is done. Now for D, total is 8 2s are 16. 16 plus 15, 31. 31 plus 20, 51. See, I know Jatin is also selected. Jatin is also selected because he is at 70 score. So Jatin is selected. Indu is selected. G is also selected. And I am sure E also has to selected because G cannot have a score of more than 58. And someone who has two areas where he has qualified more than 70% and a score of more than G, because G cannot have a score of more than 54. So this person has to get selected. So I know all four who are selected are J, I, G and E. J, I, G and E. Now G's score is lowest among selected. That's the fight. You have to understand there is a chance that A can be selected. So it has to be more than 52. If it has to be more than 51 or 52, this is already 34. Now with 34, you can score either 18 to get a 52 or a 19 to get 53 or a 20, but 20 cannot come because Ajay is the unique highest in the WE. So if it is 18 or 19, this has to be 52 or 53. In that case, it cannot go as 51. Now this is 52 or 53. In this case, this is 51 or 52. But if this is 18, this can be 19. If this is 19, this can be 20. So that is the entire understanding. Now let's move on to the questions. First question is, which of the following must be true? Must be true. Jatin's composite score was more than that of D. Of course, Jatin's composite score is more than D. 70 is more than 51. Next is, Indu's score is less than C in DI. Indu's score is less than C in DI. Now C has scored 19. Indu has scored 16. So definitely less than this. So B is also correct. Jatin scored more than Indu in GA. Now that is not correct because Jatin has scored 14. Indu has scored 20. So 14 is not less than 20. So both option 1 and 2 are correct. Third is not correct. And hence your answer is option number 1. Which of the following must be false? Harini's composite score was less than that of Falak. Harini's H total scored is less than F. Now F is at 47. This is already 30. And with 30, you can have a 19 to make it a 49, 18 to make it 48, 16 to make it 46 as well. Must be false, we can't say. Next, Bala's composite score was less than that of E. B's composite score was less than that of E. Now if you can understand, this is total of 20. If he scores 20 on 20 as well, he can get score of 60, which is again possible. So less than 58, it can become less than 58. Sir, D has to get 51. That means A has got 52. Yeah, 51, 52 or 52, 53. Both of them are possible. Anyways. So B's composite score was less than E. Again, we cannot be conclusively say that. C scored more than B in DI. C scored more than B in DI. Now again, we are not very conclusive with that. And B scored same as J in DI. Again, that is not conclusively said. So let's just go with this. Let's just go with this. Now this is 9 and 11, 20. If I put 20 over here, that makes it a 60. But 60 is not possible because two people cannot have same composite score. Now I'll go with a 19. 19 will make it a 58. But 58 is not possible because two people cannot have the same score. So it has to have an 18, and which makes it a 56. Now that's 56 is practically possible. And hence B's total score is less than E's total score is true. This is true. C scored more than B in yes DI is true. But B scored same as J. This is not true. हमें पूछा है which of the following is must be false, and hence this is the answer. So this was the first two questions. I'll just go to the next two. I'll keep the numbers as it is so that we can understand. So let's move on to the next question. It says if all the candidates except Ajay and D had different marks in DI and Bala's composite score was less than Chetna's composite score, then what is the maximum marks that Bala could have got in DI? If you can understand, both of them are at 8-8. Both of them are at 8-8, Ajay and D. All the other has different number of correct question. Now, anyways, Bala could not have 2019, 18. If we put 18, that makes it a 56, but 56 is also not possible because it has to be Bala's total score is less than C. So it is 18 is not possible. 17 will make it equal to 54, not possible. 16 is already there, 15 is already there, 14 is already there, and hence it has to be 13. So if Bala is scoring less than C, then maximum possible score in DI by Bala is 13, because 20, 19, 18, 17 is not possible. It will be more than C. 16, 15, 14 are already there, and hence Bala could score only 13 marks. So the question was, what is the maximum marks Bala could have got in DI? Answer is 13. Next is, if all the candidates were offered different mark in WA, then what is the maximum marks of H in WE? If all the candidates different mark in WE, maximum of H in WE, if you can understand, 20, let's suppose 20 is already given, 19 is already given, 18 is already given, 17 is the possible number which you could put, but once you put 17, that will make it 10, 10 plus 20, 30, 30 plus 17, 47, and 47 is a problem because then these two will be equal. 16 is not possible, 15 is not possible, 14 is definitely possible. With 14 you can get a 44, which is different, so answer is 44. So maximum score that H can get in WE is 14, and that's what the answer is. I hope everyone has understood. This brings us to the end of this particular set. It was a fantastic set. If you would have understood from the beginning, yes, these things are possible, you would have understood it for sure. If anyone has any doubt, write down in the chat box. Otherwise, write down done. We'll go ahead with the next set of questions. Yeah, Indu got recruited with 8 marks in WE because it is given that if you get less than 70% in 2 areas or more areas, then you are disqualified. 1 area less than 70 is allowed. That's what it is. Okay, let's move on to the next set. This is the set. Read this set. I'll close my video so that you can understand. Yes, Kishan was correct. He said someone already had 51 marks. So 52 and 53 was the only condition that was satisfying. Correct. We'll answer the query, then we'll go with this set. So the question was, sir, you made the table as in when it was required. Can we make the entire table once and then go with the questions? Actually, I did not go with the question by question table approach. So it's like you have to make as many information as possible in the table. You have to write them. But then if a question start with if this happens, then what? If this happens, then what? In that case, you have to make the alterations that is required. So I think yes, making the table initially as much as possible, that's the right strategy, because at that time you are in the flow. So try to make as much, try to get as much information as you can while making the table. Can you rate this set? Anyone? Anyone? There are hardly any who has read this set. I think this is probably the easiest set of. Yes, Isha, definitely, definitely. So this set is probably the easiest one if you can understand. The graph looks like, oh, there is something called annual report, then quarterly, then monthly. It is nothing but a question on basic addition. This probably is the easiest one. So I think it has to be something like this. If you can read the set aloud. The multi-layered pie chart below shows the LED sales of television sets in a big retail electronic outlet during 2016 and 17. The outer layer shows the monthly sales during this period, with each label showing the month followed by the sales figure in that month. For some month the sales are not given, and for the figures are not given. The middle layer shows the quarter wise aggregate sales, and the inner level shows the yearly. Now some data is missing. It's absolutely fine if some data is missing. Basically, if you have understood this, it says that these are 3 months, 80, 60 and 100. That makes it 240. So Q1 is of 240, and then Q2 is 150, out of which this 40 is given. These two needs to be found out. So let this be A and B. A plus B is 110, and so on. Now this is given that in 2016 an arithmetic progression was given for April, May and June. Now these two are summation of 110, and after 40 they should make an AP. So it has to be 40, 50, 60, right? There is no other option available. So hence this is 40, 50 and 60. Total is 150. For the third quarter it is 75, 55 which is 130, 130 and 120 which makes it 250. And then for the third last quarter it is 100. These two are not known. Total is 360. Now you have to understand, 3 monthly sale of the fourth quarter are also in arithmetic progression. See, if you can understand mathematically, arithmetic progression basically means the middle number is the average. So if 360 is the total, middle number has to be 360 divided by 3. It has to be 120. So 100, 120 and 140. That's what you can find out. So basically, we are just adding this number. This is 2016 done. And then similarly 2017 other numbers you can find out. So for the example Q1 is an addition of 100, 120 and 160. That makes it a 380, and so on. So as far as this set is concerned, only addition was to be done, and then we had to go with the questions. We had to encounter the question. I hope everyone has understood that this set was definitely one of the easiest set. When you see this diagram, you feel like there is something tensed. So as far as set is concerned, it is 2. As far as conditions are concerned, hardly any conditions. And if you can see the question, all the questions are direct. So we'll give you a 4. So basically it's a 9 out of 10. This can't be missed. This set cannot be missed at all. So let's go with the question solving. I have put all these numbers that I have just found out, 50, 60, then this was total of 250. All these number I have kept in the next slide so that you understand. There is no hardship in finding out any number. So this 50, 60 was found out, this 250 was found out, 120, 140 was found out, 380 was found out. Now summation of these three number, that is 65, 75 and 60, that turns out to be 200. If this was 220 and these two combine will make it a 130, that means this is 90 and this is 500. So combination of these three is 500, where these two are 320. So December has to be 180. So all the numbers are made. Now let's move on to the question. First question, what is the percentage increase in the sales in 2017 as compared to the sales in 2016? So you just have to add all four quarters. So all four quarters makes it 240 plus 360, that is 600. 600 plus this is 400. So this is what is the percentage increase in the sales in 2017 December as compared to sales in 2016 December. So we are talking about 140 and 180. So there's an increment of 40 on 140. So that is 2 by 7. 1 by 7 is 14.28. That makes it 2 by 7 of 28.57. Option 1 is the correct answer. Let's move on to the next question. It says, in which quarter of 2017 was the percentage increase in the sales from the same quarter in 2016 was the highest? Which quarter? So now you know, in first quarter it is 240 to 380. So it is an increase of 140 over 240. Next quarter it is 150 to 200. So it's a 50 on 150. Third quarter it is 250 to 220. So don't even check. Fourth quarter it is 140 on 360. Here both of them have same numerator, but denominator is lesser here. So this ratio is more, this ratio is less. So out of these two, one of them is the answer. If you can understand, this is 1/3 and this is definitely more than 1/3. 1/3 would have been 80 by 240. So this is the correct answer. Q1 is the correct answer. So Q1 is the correct answer. Let's move on to the next question. It says, during which quarter was the percentage decrease in sales to the previous quarters was the highest? So let's see the option. First option says Q2 2016. Q2 2016 is a decrease of 90 on 240. Next is Q2 2017. It is a decrease of 180 on 380. Q4 in 2017. Q4 in 2017 is not even an option. It's an increment. And Q1 in 2017 is again an increase. So that's not an option. So during which quarter was the percentage decrease in the sales from the previous quarter sales was the highest? Percentage decrease highest. You require highest. Now among these two, if I double this ratio will become 180 upon 480. This was 180 on 380. Both have same as numerator as same. Denominator is lower over here and hence this is highest. So 180 on 380. This is the highest decrease. Q2 in 2017 is the correct answer. Next, let's go with the next question. Question 16. During which month was the percentage increase in the sales from the previous month sales the highest? Percentage increase in sales from the previous month. Here we need to go with the option. I have forgotten to put options. So October 16, March 16, March 17, October 17. So 2 Octobers and 2 March are in option. So let's just understand. First, October 16, that's an increment of 45 on 55. March 16 is a 40 on 60. March 70 was a 60 on 100. And October is an increase of 80 on 70. Obviously, this is more than 100%. All the others are less than 100%. So this is the highest percentage increase over the previous month. And hence that's what the answer is. So anyone, any doubts, any questions, you can definitely ask. If not, write down done. Be quick in writing down done. Be quick, be quick. Write down done. We'll go to the next set. Great, great, great. So many students are there who have understood this set. Anyone has any doubt, you can ask. So you cannot write down on the set. You just have to make the table. Yes, of course. So there is a question. Of course, definitely, definitely. So this is a valid question. So what you can do is, generally what I do is January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, 2016 and 2017. And I'll just write down those numbers which were not given. So others I'll see from the graph, and this was 50. So I'll just put it as 50. I'll put it as 60. Then November was 120 and December was 140 and so on. So only things which were not known to me, I would have put. Yeah, you don't have that luxury of putting it in the graph. I can understand that. But again, minimize your work and get it done. Whatever was required must be written in a table like this, 16, 17. Okay. Great. Nice question. Let's go ahead. 17 to 20. Rate this set. We will go ahead with this set. So we are done with almost 3 sets in the first hour of batting. That's a good run rate. Let's move on to the fourth one. Now this set says A, B, C, D are for female students and A, B, C, D are for male students. Each of them studies in one of the 3 institutes XYZ. Each student with major in one subject, marketing, operations, finance, and minor in the other subjects. The following facts are known to us. 3 students. So now if I can understand that while solving this question, I'll have to make sure that there are 8 people basically, A, B, C, D, 4 male, 4 female. I have to make sure that their institute is known to us, then their major is known to us, their minor is known to us. So basically, let's say institute X, major, minor, this is A, B, C, D. This is the kind of table that I'm looking at. Then same goes with institute Y, major, minor, something like that. And then, so there are total, I would say 8 students. Everyone would have a major and a minor and one of the 3 institutes. That's what you need to find out. Table would be not very easy for sure. So as far as set is concerned, I would give a 1.5. Now 3 students are in X, 3 in Y, and remaining 2 both are female in Z. That's a direct condition. Lot of information is given. Both the male students from Y minor in finance, while the female in Y major in operation. Only one male student majors in operations, while the 3 female students minor in marketing. One female student and 2 male students are major in finance. A and D are from the same institute. D and A are from the same institute. B is from Y and the major in operations. C is from X and major in finance. Daisy minors in operations. These are the things given, not very much direct. So I would say as far as conditions are also concerned, this is 1.5. And now if we see the direct question, if only one question, if we left it behind, other questions are very much direct. So that will be somewhere around 2.5. That makes it somewhere around 5.5. So again, it's not a 9 set for sure. It's not a 4 set for sure as well. So this is something that if you are comfortable with these kind of information, you could have done. Otherwise, you could have gone to the next set as well. But anyways, let's solve. This is what the table that I have made. There are 4 female students, ABCD, 4 male, ABCD. Institute X, 2 male, 1 female. Institute Y, 2 male, 1 female. Institute Z, both of them are female. And so, of course, there is no one over here. So that's what it is. Now, if you can understand that major and minor, suppose Adriana is in X, I'll put it cross over here and I'll put it something like this. So let's say suppose operations and finance. Suppose if her operations is major and finance is minor. So this entire table, make sure that we know Adriana is from which institute and what was her specialization and what the minor subject did she take. Okay. So that's what the agenda is. Let's understand the set one by one. The conditions. Let's go. 3 students were from X, 3 from Y, and remaining 2 are from Z. Both of them are female. Already put. Both the male student from Y had a finance, minor in finance. So both the male students who are there in Y has minor in finance. So I'll just write down 2 male, they will have minor in finance in Y. While the female student in Y majors in operation, major in operations. Okay. Only one male student majors in operations, while 3 female students minor in marketing. This is an extra information. One male major in ops and 3 females minor in marketing. A and D are from the same institute. Now, because there is a male, A cannot be in Z. So, A and D could be in X or in Y. Similarly, Daisy and A are in the same institute. Again, Daisy and A, because there is a male involved, it could be either in X or in Y. That's something that we'll keep in mind. B is from Y and majors in operation. B is from Y and major in operations. Now, if B is majoring in operation, both the male are minoring in finance. So, this is finance and hence B is not there in X institute. C is from X and major in finance. C is from X and major in finance. Minor that we don't know. Now, Daisy minors in operations. If you can understand, you cannot have major and minor both in same subject. So, if Daisy would have been in Y, she would have majored in operations and minor also in operations. That is not possible. Hence, Daisy and Amit, they were in the same institute and that cannot be Y. So, Daisy is definitely in X who majors in operations. Her minor is not known to us. And Amit is also in X. So, he is not in Y. That's what we know for sure. Now, D and Adriana are in the same institute. That has to be Y. So, that's what it is. So, Adriana is not in X, not in Z. Now, only 2 female requires in Z. Daisy is in X, Adriana is Y. So 2 female must be in Z, has to be B and C. So this is closed. And you have this girl majors in operations, minors in operations. The only one male, while the female students Y majors in operations, Daisy minors in operations. So Daisy minors in operations. The one girl majors in operations. Now this is major in operation. Adriana has to minor in marketing because 3 female students are minoring in marketing. So this is marketing. Both of them also has to minor in marketing. And we have got only one male student major in operations. So this is 1 in operations, that is done. B. Other male, we don't know, but yeah, both the male in Y minors in finance. So this is finance. So B is from Y, operations and finance. C is from X, he has majored in finance, minor that we can't say. Only one student major in, while 3 students this. 1 female and 2 male students major in finance. 1 female and 2 male students major in finance. So this is 1 finance for sure. The second finance, Deb cannot be. So second finance has to be Amit. So this is finance. The minor we can't say. And then I think 1 female in finance has to be any one of these. So it could be finance 1 or this finance 2. This could be finance 3. Out of this, any one is possible. Okay. Now let's move on to the question. Who are the students in Z? Z is B and C. Bandita and Chitra is the answer. Option C is the correct answer. Let's move on to the next question. Which subject does Deb minor in? D minor. So Deb minor definitely is in finance, and hence your answer is finance, option 3. Next question is, which subject does Amit major in? Amit major definitely in finance, and hence your answer is finance. And last question, if Chitra majors in finance, which subject does Bandita major in? If you can see, if Chitra majors in finance, if Chitra is in finance for sure. Now Bandita cannot be finance, she cannot be marketing as well, because both, so it has to be operations, and hence your answer is operations. So these were the correct answers. If anyone has any doubt, any questions, any queries, please ask. If you don't have a query, write down done. We'll go to the next set. Any doubts? Any doubts? So basically, yes, table is made. Once the table is made, you just have to understand the question, and based on those questions, you could have get the answer. चलिए फटाफट डन लिख लीजिए so that we can move ahead. चलिए great. Let's move further. Question number 21 to 24. I'll close my video for 2 minutes. Let's fatafat go ahead. 2 minutes to rate the set, and then we will discuss. Of course, this is a Venn diagram question. It says there are 1600 satellites. They were set up by a country on several purposes. The purposes are classified as B, C, S and O. The satellite can serve multiple purposes. However, a satellite serving either B or C or S does not serve O. So basically, it's a three set Venn diagram: B, C and S. And if you are serving B, you cannot serve O. If you are serving S, you cannot serve O. So O should be outside the Venn diagram. So it's a three set Venn diagram, something like this, if you can understand. So there are 1600 satellites. Each satellite is having either B, C or S or multiple. But if you are in B, C or S, you cannot be in O. So O should be outside. So it's a three set Venn diagram which we have done quite a bit in practice. The number of satellites serving in BCS is the ratio is given. The number of satellites servicing in BCS is this given. Okay, these conditions are not direct. Conditions are not direct. What can be best said about the number of satellites? What is the minimum possible number? If at least all the questions are based on the new information in every set, every question. So basically I'll put something like this: set is 3, conditions as 1.5, question is 1.5. It makes it somewhere around 5.5 to 6. So 6, but 6 is a higher number it seems. Questions does not seem to be very promising. So it's 5.5 in my opinion. Let's go ahead. Yeah, most of you have given 6, 5.54. That's the level of it. Good. So if you can understand, I just made the Venn diagram because I'm not good with drawing circles. So I'll just write down everything. It says the number of satellites servicing B, C and S is 100. All three is 100. So I put 100 over here. I hope everyone has understood. Next, the number of satellites serving B, C and S, though may not be exclusively, are in the ratio of 2:1:1. So B is 2x, C is x, S is x. So 2:1:1 is done, 100 is done. The number of satellites exclusively serving C is the same as number of satellites exclusively serving S, and it is 30% of the satellites servicing to B. So let's say B exclusively is 10k, 30% is 3k, and both of them are equal, exclusively C and exclusively S. Now it is said that the number of satellite servicing O is the same as number of satellites servicing both C and S but not B. C and S but not B is this, and O is this. So both of them I have made it as M. So basically it is 2x x, total is 1600. Now you know there is 10k, 3k. This is M. Now you can understand, for C total is x, for S total is x, total is same. This 3k is also same. This 100 is same. This M is common. So these two number also must be same. I just put a variable y. So y also has to be same. So this is what it is. Venn diagram with 3 set can definitely make it easier. Now you don't have to go with 4 Venn diagram. Why? 4 set Venn diagram generally makes it difficult. So all the numbers, I hope everyone has understood that only 3 sets were required. If nothing in these 3 sets, it will be in O. Anyways, now let's just understand. Total is 1600. So total is 1600. That makes it 10k, 3k, which is 16k. Y plus y, that is 2y. M plus m, which is 2m, and 100. That all together combine makes it a 1600. So 100 will go here, it will make it 1500, and then you can take 2 as common. So it will be 8k plus y plus m is equal to 1500 by 2, that is 750. This is equation number 1. Now this is x and this is 2x. So can I say the total of C into 2 is total of B? What is total of C? It is 3k plus y plus m plus 100. 3k plus y plus m plus 100, that is x. You multiply it by 2 and that will give you 10k plus 2y plus 100. 10k plus 2y plus 100. If you solve this, it will become 6k. 6k will go over here, that is 4k. 2m will go over here, it will be minus 2m. 2y and 2y will get cancelled out. 200 minus 100 is 100. So basically 100 is equal to 4k minus 2m. And then you can take 2 as common. So it is 2k minus m is 50. And finally, if you add these two, so it is 750 plus 50, which is 800. 8k plus 2k, which is 10k. M get cancelled out. Y. So 10k plus y is 800. So now you have got two equations. One is k and m, one is k and y. Let's see the question if there is anything needed in the question. So let's see. It says what can be said about the number of satellites servicing C. Now you need to find out 3k plus m plus y plus 100. And you don't have an understanding what will be this number. So you have to go with the logic of maximum and minimum possible. If you can understand, k has to be minimum of 25. Why is it like that? If it is not 25, this number cannot be 50, and 50 minus m cannot be 50. So if it is, let's say suppose if k is 20, so this will become 40. For 40 minus m has to be 50, m has to be minus 10. See, it cannot be. We are talking about number of satellites. Number of satellites cannot be minus 10. Hence k has to be minimum 50. And from this you can say k has to be maximum 80. Because 80 into 10 it is 800. 800 plus y is again y is 0, then also it is 80. It cannot be 90, because if you put 90 into 10 is 900, then y has to be minus 100. Minus 100 cannot be number of satellites. So we know that this is the range. Let's put both the range. So let us put k is equals to 25. So 3 times 25 plus m. When you put this as 25, m will become 0 obviously. And if you put k is equal to 25, this will become 250. If you put 250, y will become 550 plus 100. So it is 75 plus 550, which is 625 plus 100. 725 is one of the ranges. And if you put k is equal to 80, so 3 times 80 plus y is 0. And if you put this as 80, so 160 minus m is 50. So m has to be 110. So plus 100. So this is 240 plus 110. 350 plus 100, 450. So the range of range of x has to be between 450 and 725. Option 2 is the correct answer. So option 2 is the correct answer. So to understand that you have to make equation of km and ky and then think of maxima minima. See, if this first question is done, I am sure all the other questions will be done quite easily. There is no hardship in the other questions. Let's see the next few questions. The question number 22 said that what is the minimum possible number of satellites serving B exclusively? Now that means 10k has to be minimized. Now in the first question we concluded that k has to be 25 minimum. If it has to be 25 minimum, 10k has to be 250 minimum, and hence your answer is 250. That's the correct answer. Let's move on to the next question. It says if at least 100 out of 1600 satellites were serving O, then what can be said about the number of satellites servicing S? If M is minimum 100, if this is 100, then you have to understand 2k will be 150. So m is 100. So k will be 75. And if k is 75, then y has to be 750. So that will make it a 50. So it is 75, 150. S is the same as C. So S, total of S has to be 3k plus m plus y plus 100. That makes it 225 plus 100 plus 50 plus 100. So that is 200 250 and 225, 475. Now, exactly 475 is the wrong answer because it is in one of the cases you are getting 475. Is it at least 475 or at most 475? For that, what I can do is I'll just put m is equal to 110 because at least 100 satellite is given. If m is 110, k will become 80, and if k is 80, y is 0. Just understand it is 3 times 80, which is 240, plus 110 plus 0 plus 100 will make it a 450. So your answer is either 475 or less than 475. So less than 475, that means the answer is at most 475 is your answer. At most 475 will be your answer. Next. Question number 24. If the number of satellites servicing at least 2 among BCS is 1200, which of the following must be false? See, if you got number of satellites servicing at least 2 among BCS, so this is 1200, so 100 is gone. This is 1100, so you get 2y plus m is 1100. Now, if you put, again we know that if you put k is equal to 25, m is 0, y is 550. So that's one of the answers, 550, 0 and 25. Now if you will increase them, if you let's say increase 25, let's say if you put it 30. If you put it 30, then this will become 10. But unfortunately, this will become 500. So 500 into 2000, 1000 plus 10 is not 1100. So this is the case we are talking about. 550, 100, 550 and 0. That's the only case which makes it 1200. Now the question is, which of the following must be false? Now first is, all 1600 satellites serve B or C or S. Yes, M is 0. So that is true. And hence this is not must be false. Second option is, the number of satellites servicing B exclusively is exactly 250. Yeah, that is also correct, because to put this as 550, k had to be 25, and hence this is correct. Third option, I'll go to the number of satellites servicing C cannot be uniquely determined. That's false. You can determine. And the number of satellite servicing B is more than 1000. That was also correct. So the third option was false, that C cannot uniquely be determined. We know that if y is 550 and m is 0, k is 25, C can be uniquely determined, and hence the correct answer is option number C. That is something that is false. Anyone with a doubt, please write down in the chat box. Otherwise, write down done. We'll go to the next set. This will be the second last set of the paper. We have not done the first set. So yeah, 3 more set to go for the first paper, and then we'll have the break time. Chalo fatafat, done likh lo, we'll go ahead. See, the total of 1600, yes, you can, and then you can get the answer of cancelling out. So Saloni, if you can just understand, if you try that, m is equal to m will be equal to 2k minus 50, and this will become 10k minus 800, and then you will try to solve, everything will be cancelled out. So that's not it, that's not how it works. Okay, chaliye, let's go further. There is not a unique answer. See, you have to understand that there are equations you need to solve with the maximum minimum numbers. Okay, let's go further. 25 to 28. Rate this set. So this is basically a question on grid or games. So these kind of questions are very normal for us to see in CAT. But then you have to understand what kind of question is this, because every game the rules change, and based on those rules you have to identify whether it was an easy game to play or not. It says you are given an n cross n square matrix to be filled with numbers so that no two adjacent cells have the same number. Two cells are called adjacent if they touch each other horizontally, vertically or diagonally. So a cell in one of the four corners has 3 cells adjacent to it, and a cell in the first or the last row has 5, and any other cell has 8 cells adjacent to it. What is the minimum number of different numerals needed to fill a 3 cross 3 square? Now what I have to understand, I take 2 minutes to draw a very simple format. The easy n cross n format is 2 by 2. Now if I use 1 over here, all these 3 numbers should be different. So let this be 2, 3, 4. Now if I just add one more row and one more column, does story change? No, it's very simple. We have used 4, 3 over here, we'll again use 1, 2. So now all the corners, all the people who are with 4, who are adjacent to 4 are not equal to 4. Similarly, you can put 1, 4, 1 over here. So 2, all the number adjacent to 2 are not 2. So if I go with a bigger square, let's say 4 cross 4, if I may add one more column and one more row, so what I'll do is 1, 4, 1, 4, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 4, 1, 4, 2, 3, 2, 3. Now any cell, if you pick up, all the set which are adjacent to them are different. So I have made a pattern that even if I use 3 cross 3 or 4 cross 4 or 5 cross 5, and now I can understand that this set actually is the easiest one. If I made this, so I know that this set has nothing to ask for if I could not make this pattern in 2 minutes. So you can give a couple of minutes to this, and if you can't find out any pattern, then leave this set. I cannot rate this set. If you could find out that yes, this is a very simple way of looking at this question, do this set. So this is a differentiator set. I just call this a differentiator set, that this set actually changes. So sets on games and tournament, sets based on these kind of conditions, which has nothing to do with arrangement, which has nothing to do, it's pure logic that you have to make a project 2 cross 2, 3 cross 3, 4 cross 4, and if you are fast at that, you will have this set as a 9 level, and if you cannot make this in 2 minutes, you will not be able to make it ever, so probably better you leave. So this is what you need to understand. I would rate this, I would not rate this set, because it is that kind of a set. If you could see that, this was a 9, if you couldn't see that, it was a 3. Let's just understand. What is the minimum number of number required to fill a 3 cross 3? Chalo, answer fatafat chat box. Answer, same logic. It is 1, then it will be 2, 3, 4. Then again 1, 4, 1, 2, 1. So basically no number is the same when you see the adjacent number, and hence you require only 4 numbers. 4 is the correct answer. So that's the correct answer. Let's move on to the next set. What is the minimum number of different numeral needed in 5 cross 5 matrix? Please help me with this. 5 cross 5, everyone in the chat box, if you have understood this set even a bit, this is a very simple question. 5 cross 5. So again you will do like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, and then 1, 4, 1, 4, 1, 4. So you don't require the fifth number at all. So minimum number of different numerical requires for 5 cross 5 has to be 4. Now that's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah. Let's move on to the next one. Next question is a bit tricky. It says suppose you are allowed to make one mistake, where one pair of adjacent cell can have same numerical. What is the minimum number of different numericals required to fill a 5 cross 5. If you can answer this within 10 seconds, you are good at logic. 10 seconds, you are good at logic. Be quick, be quick, be quick. Definitely. It is 4. So you have to understand, if you were not allowed to make a mistake and then also you needed 4 numbers, now logically, if you are allowed to make a mistake, it should be either less than or equal to 4. So all the other options are redundant. Answer is 4. You don't even need to check. So probably again what happens is you can put a 1, 1, 2, 3. Okay. But then in next case, you cannot put 1, 1, 2, 3 because now next mistake is not allowed. So it has to be 1, 4, 2, 3, something like this. And so on. This repeats. So this has to be 4, 1 now. 4, 1. So this has to be 4, 1 now. Something like this. So one mistake was allowed, but no other mistakes were allowed, and hence you have to understand that still the answer is 4, because if you do a mistake, you will use a lesser number. So answer should have been less than 4, but there is no option less than 4, and hence 4 is the correct answer. And let's move on to the last question. Last is an interesting one. It says, suppose that all the cells adjacent to any particular cell must have different numerals. What is the minimum number of different numerals required? Now this says, suppose if I take this number as 5, and now all the adjacent cells should have different number. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. All the 8 numbers should be different. So this number and the other 8 numbers should be different. Now again you can follow the same rule, 1, 2, 3. So what happens for this 8? It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And again if you think for this 2, it was 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3. So now it will be 4, 5, 6. So just repeat that. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5. Now if you see any number has all the neighbors who are different, and hence the answer is 9. Option 1 is correct. So that's what the answer is. So this was 25 to 28. What I would suggest is, again, if you could understand this question very easily, yes sir, ये तो हो ही गया था. That's because the initial explanation of 2 cross 2, 3 cross 3. So you have to make that kind of a logic. Question was not easy. Let me tell you, to have that thinking in first 2 minutes was the most critical part. If you could have done that, then the life was easy. So let's move on to the next set, that is 29 to 32. Here is the set. Try and see what the level of this set is. I'll be back in 2 minutes. After that, first to 4 and then break, and then we'll go to the next slot. So let's go ahead with this set. Rate this set within next 2 minutes. Your time starts now. See, if you can understand, now this is also that kind of a set where you have to put one variable on one side. So probably we'll talk about the research uh, the three departments: research, teaching, and administration, and three types of people, that is bureaucrat, educationalist, and politician. Uh, but this is, in my opinion, is an easier set than the other set that we have done today in terms of putting them in numbers, because we have just 24 people and three types of committee and three types of people. So this is not a very difficult set prima facie looking at the set, but let's read the set so as to understand. It says 24 people are part of a committee which are research, teaching, administration respectively. No two committees have any members in common. बहुत ही बढ़िया. So when you will make the table, you know that no one is in common. So it's just a normal table. No two communities are of the same size. That's also given. Communities are of different size. Each committee has three types of people: bureaucrat, educationalist, and politicians, with each one from three types in each committee, with at least one from each. Of course, so there is no zero, at least one. So we are known that there are 24 people, three committees, three types, no zero. Oh, very good. The following facts are known. I'll give this set a 3 for set. There is no doubt this is an easy set. The number of bureaucrats in the research and teaching departments are equal, while the number of bureaucrats in teaching research department are 75% of bureaucrat. This is not a direct information. The number of educationalists in the teaching committee is less than the number of education. This is not a direct one. And 60% of the population, this is not also the direct one. So less information wise it's 1. But again, question based on the following information which must be true. The size of the research committee is less than the size of teaching committee. Sorry. What is the number of bureaucrats? What is the number of? So I think there are 3 questions which are direct. So this is a 7 set. Again, conditions you can give 1.5 as well. So 7 to 7.5 is the rating. Most of you have given a 7.5 or a 8 rating. That is correct in my opinion. So this should have been done during the paper. Let's try and understand. So we know that total of research, teaching, administration, let it be A, B and C. We know A, B and C are not equal. All the committees are of different size. Total is 24. We know total is 24. Now for bureaucrats it is said that the number of bureaucrats in research and teaching is equal, which is 75% of the number of bureaucrats in administration committee. So let this administration be 4x. 75% of that is 3x, the total of 10x. 60% of politicians are in administration committee. So let the total politician be 5i. See, you understand why am I putting 5i? 60% is the easiest to find out for 5i. So this is 5i, 60% is 3y, and the 20% are in teaching committee. So that is 1y. So remaining y is in research. So y, 3y, 5y is done. Educationalist, no other information is given. But now if you are a smart CAT taker, you can understand that these are number of people. So it cannot be integer. So this has to be either 20 or 10 or 30. But because total is 24, it cannot be 30. If it is 20 and this is 5i, which has to be minimum as 5, 20 plus 5, it has to be 25, but 24 is the total. So it cannot be 20 as well. So this is not 10x, this is basically 10. This was a great help that you could have find out. So this is 10, this is 4, this is 3, this is 3. Sir, why can't x be 0.5? If x is 0.5, this could have been 5, this could have been 2. You are correct. But if x is 0.5, this is 1.5. 1.5% cannot be in a committee. And hence this is 3, 3, 4, 10 for sure. And with the same logic, this cannot be, this can be either 1 or 2. If this is 1, this is 5. In this case, this is 3, this is 1, this is 1. Or if this is 10, then this is 6, this is 2, and this is 2. So this is what you need to understand. If we use this 10 and this 10, this has to be 4. But is there any information about that? The number of education and teaching committee is less than number of educationalists in teaching committee is less than the number of educationalists in research committee. So educationalist in teaching committee is less than research. So if this is 1, this has to be at least 2. And the number of educationalists in the research committee is the average of the number of educationalists in the other 2 committee. So if this is 1, this is 2, this at least has to be 3, so that, and because of this at least has to be 6. So 4 is not an option. I am not telling 6 is the answer, but I am telling you that 4 cannot happen. Basically this is A, this is B, this is C, and B has to be minimum of 2, and if it has to be minimum of 2, this cannot be 4, and hence the other option that 10 has to be total of politician is wrong. It has to be 5, and if that is 5, this is 113 for sure. Now this is interesting. If 10 plus 5 15, so remaining 9 are here. If they are 9, this guy has to be average because it is a arithmetic mean of other 2. So total का भी mean हो जाएगा. So this is 3. If this is 3, this is less than 3. So it has to be, it can be a 2 and then 4, or it can be 1. This can be 5. So basically 2 plus 4 is 6, 1 plus 5 is 6. It cannot be 0 because no number is 0. So only these 2 cases are possible. Let's see the questions. Now in that case the total is 7. The total is 3 plus 2, 5 plus 1, 6, or 5, and here 4 plus 4, 8, 8 plus 3, 11, or 12. So whatever it is. Now let's see the question. Based on the given information, which of the following must be true? In the administration committee, the number of bureaucrats is equal to the number of educationalists. It is not must be true. It can be true. The size of research committee is less than the size of administration committee. It is must be true because research is 7 and administration is 11 or 12. In any case, oh sorry, it is must be true. We require must be false. So this is true. This can be true. In the teaching committee, the number of educationalists is less than the number of politician. In the teaching committee, educationalist is less than politician. He is never true. It is never true, and hence this is false. And the size of research committee is less than the size of teaching committee. Size of research committee is less than teaching committee. It must be false. So this is the correct. Third one, we'll check it again. The teaching committee, in the teaching committee, the number of educationalists is equal to the number of politician. Oh, it can be true. It is true, that we cannot say. So might be true, but must be false we can't say, and hence fourth is the correct answer. It is must be false. Must be false. Option 4 is the correct answer. Let's move on to the next question. So the numbers we know. Next question, let's go ahead. So we knew the numbers. So these were 3, 3, 4, 10, 5, 3, 1, 1. This was definitely a 3. This was 2 or 4. This was 4 or 5. This was 9. And this was 7, 5 or 6, 11 or 12. Now this says, what is the number of bureaucrats in the administration committee? Bureaucrats administration committee is definitely a 4. Hence 4 is the correct answer. Next, what is the number of educationalists in the research committee? Research committee educationalist must be 3, and hence your answer is 3. And finally, which of the following cannot be determined uniquely from the given information? We know that this was 3, 3, 4, 10, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 3, 5. This was 9. This was 3, 2 or 4, 4 or 5. So the total number of educationalists in the 3 committee. Educationalist in the 3 committee is 9. It can be found out. The size of the teaching committee. No, it was 5, 6 or 7. Sorry. This was 1 or 2. So it was 5 or 6. So this cannot be uniquely determined. The total number of bureaucrats in 3 was found out to be 10, and the size of research committee was found out to be 7, and hence option B is the correct answer. So that's this set. I think this was again a doable set. So I think you would have understood this. We cannot be determined, that was the question. So we could not determine the size of teaching committee. चले फटाफट डन हो जाए with 7 sets done. 7 sets done in 1 hour 45 minutes is a huge credit goes to you. You guys are doing it fantastically. Now the next set, it's a tricky one. So I would not give it even for you to understand. This is a difficult one. This is probably the most difficult question because there are a lot of I would say cases that is happening. So it says that fuel contamination level of 20 petrol pump P1 to P20 are recorded as high, medium or low. Contamination level of 3 pumps among P1 to P5 was high. P6 was the only pump among P1 to P10 where it was low. P7 and P8 were the only 2 consecutive pumps which was same level of contamination, and the high contamination level were not recorded in any pump from P16 to P20. The number of pumps where high contamination levels were recorded was twice low contamination level. Now if you can understand, this set has nothing to give you directly. There are 20 pumps whose level needs to be determined and with very small amount of information, and the question is which of the following must be true, what can be described if this happens, if this happens. So this set definitely has 20 columns or 20 rows for me to determine. The set level is somewhere around 1. The conditions are very tricky. 1. The questions are not at all direct, probably a 0.5. So it was a 2.5 to 3 level set, and this was first. That's the problem. If first set comes like this, it's a troublesome thing. Not always you need to start with the set that comes first. That's the learning from 2018 DILR. If you could see, we did 7 sets. Out of them, 3 to 4 were definitely doable on the day of CAT. And with 4 set, with 12 question, 36 marks, it was a 97, 98 percentile. So that's what you need to understand, that not every set must be done. This was a set that you could have left. Anyways, we will be doing this. Trust me, this is not an easy set to do. This is a very difficult set to explain. So I would require your lot of attention during this set. After this set, you have a break because we are going to the next slot. So it will be a 15 minutes break. So please be very attentive during this set. So what kind of table that I could have made? So of course, there are 20 pumps. So I just written down P1 to P20 and their contamination level based on the question is given. So it says, first I'll use this information. 3 pumps P1 to P5 recorded high, and apart from P7 to P8, only 2 consecutive numbered with the same level of contamination. So if you require 3 from P1 to P5 with no 2 of them are directly high, it has to be P1, P3 and P5. So P1, P3, P5 are H. Only P6, P1 to P10 was recorded as low. So now you have to understand that these 2 are definitely medium. Now none of them from P16 to P20 were high. So none of them were high, that is given. And it was given that these three P7 and P8 are same. So it could be a medium, high, medium, or it could be a high, medium, high. Because there is no high, there is a possibility of low, medium, low, or it could be a medium, low, medium, low, medium. Now one more information says that the number of pumps with high level of contamination, so let this be high, medium and low. If low is x, high has to be 2x, and this has to be, total number is 20. So this has to be y. So if you can understand, it is 3x plus y is equals to 20, where x is low and y is medium. If you can understand, minimum medium are 1, 2, 3 and 4, 5. So y has to be greater than or equal to 5 minimum, and minimum x, which is lower number, is 1 here and 2 here. This is minimum number of L. So x has to be more than or equal to 3. So if I put it x is 3, you will get y is 11. If you will put x as 4, you will get y as 8, x as 5, y as 5. Now there is no more option left. You cannot put x as 6 because y will be 2 and y2 is not an option. You cannot put x as 2 because the minimum x has to be 3. So only these three cases are possible. So this is 3, 11, 6, 4, 8, 8, 5, 5, 10. Now let's eliminate these cases. Now if you talk about 3, 6, 11, you require medium as 11. So now let us assume these are 2 medium over here, 3 medium over here. This is 2 plus 3, 5. Now you require 11 more. You require 6 more. So for 6 more it has to be 3, 3. But 3, 3 is not possible. Out of 10, if you require alternate medium, if you start with the first one as well. So this is medium, medium, medium. Now this cannot be medium. So out of 10, maximum possible is 5. So 2 plus 3, 5, 5 plus 5, 10. Medium cannot go 11, and hence this is not a possible case. I hope you are understanding, everyone. So this was not a possible case. Now let's try medium as 5. Medium as 5. We'll try to keep medium as minimum as possible. So here there are 2 medium. Let this only be 1 medium, and let this only be, this case only be 2 medium. Now 2 plus 2 plus 1. So this case plus this case plus this case makes medium as 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now this has to be either LH, LH, L or HL, HL, H. In both the cases there is a problem. In this case L, L are coming together, it's a problem. In this case H, H are coming together, and hence that's a problem. Hence 5 is also not an answer, and hence there is only one possibility left, which is medium as 8, low as 4 and H as 8. So let's go with that possibility. Now you require medium as 8. Medium as 8. Yeah. So if you can see, with this case, medium is 2. We'll add this case 3. So 2 plus 3, 5. 5 plus 3, 8. But again 5 plus 3, 8 will not do because of that. So this cannot, we cannot take this. So 5 plus 2, 7. So there will be 1 medium over here. 1 medium. Yeah, that is possible. So you can put a medium over here, and then probably L, H, L, H or H, L. No, HL, HL is not possible because the last one will be L and there will be repetition. So that's a case. Or you can put something like this, medium over here, and then start with LH, LH. That's a case. So with 2, 3, 1, 2 is a possible case. Now, if we take this case, 2, 2. So 2 plus 2, 4. In that case, 1 and 3 is also possibility, and 2 and 2 is also possibility. So for 11 to 15, there are a lot of possibilities. Based on the question only, we will have to go. So right now, I know one thing for sure, that there are 8 medium pumps. I know one thing for sure, that there cannot be anything conclusive for 11 to 15. So this is what the data is. Now I have to go question by question. So let's see the first question. Which of the following must be true? Let's see this. Must be true. First option. The contamination level of P20 was recorded as a medium. Medium. Let's see if this is must be true. The contamination level of P10 was recorded as high. If this is must be true or not, we never know. The contamination of P13 was low. Again, this must be no, we don't know. And the contamination of P12 was recorded high. Now P12, P13 is not at all a possibility. Now I have to check for these two. P20 was medium, must be true. P10 high, must be true. Let's see if we put this case. So this has got 2 medium. This has got 3 medium. So 2 plus 3, 5. 5, and I'll put this as a case. So 5 plus 2, 7. I'll put 1 medium over here. So 8 medium. This is the case. So I am putting 1 medium over here, somewhere around. I'm so sorry. Yeah, 1 medium over here. Now I can have HL, LH, HL, LH, whatever it is. So 10th as a medium, 10th as a medium is possible. 10th as a medium is possible. Now let's go to the second option. It says, sorry, 10th as a high. Oh, must be true, must be true. So 10th as a medium is possible, so 10th as high, must be true, we cannot say. 20 has a medium, 20 has a medium. If that is must be true, 20 as L must not be true. But then this also gives you the answer. So I think there is some condition that I am missing. I'll just go through them once again. So this is 3 medium. This is 2 medium. 3 plus 2, 5. 5 plus 2, 7. And 7 plus 1, 8. And now I have got, I need, with that 8, I need 4 low only, right? 4 low only. Whereas, if you can see, the number of L, 1 to 10, there is only 1 L. Okay. Now there are 3 L over here. So that makes it a 4 L. So now all of these needs to be H, which is not possible. And hence, this medium is not possible. So this medium is not possible. We cannot have 3 medium over here. Otherwise, there will be problem, because there will be no medium over here and L are already used. So 10th medium is not possible. So 10th has to be H, and hence the correct answer is this must be true. 10th has to be H. The next question is, what can be best said about the number of medium contamination? So it is exactly 8 for sure, because we have already identified it is 8 only. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Third is, if the contamination of 11th is low, which of the following must be true? If 11th is low, let's see. Now we are very sure of the conditions that this is not a possible condition. These two are absolutely correct. Now 11th is low. 11th is low. Oh, so this is also not possible. 11th is low, which of the following must be true? If this is low, total low is 1, 2, then this is only possibility. Done. Now medium are 2 plus 1, 3, 3 plus 3, 6. So there will be 2 medium, 2 high. So 2 medium, 2 high could be MH, HM, MH, HM. But HM is not possible because MM will clash. So this is MH, MH for sure. So this is what the condition is. Now the question is, which of the following must be true? The contamination level of P18 was low. P18 is medium, so that is not must be true. P14 was medium. P14 was medium, must be true. P15 was medium. No, it is not true. P15 is H. And P12 was high. P12 was high. No, it is also not true. So the true is P14 was medium. P14 medium is absolutely correct. And last question, if the contamination level of P15 was medium, then which of the following must be false? P15 as medium. So I'll just erase this again. P15 is medium. If P15 is medium, this case is not correct. So I'll just put P15 as medium. And if that is medium, see low already 4 are used, 1 plus 3, 4 are used. So this has to be high, medium, high, medium. Now the question is which of the following must be false? Contamination of P13 and P17 was same. P13 and P17 both of them are medium, that is correct. Contamination of P10 and P14 were same. 10 and 14 high, they are same. Contamination level of P14 was recorded to be higher than P15, that is also correct. The last option is contamination of P11 and P16 was the same. P11 and P16 same, no, that is medium and low, and hence that's not the correct. So option 4 is the correct answer. Someone is asking how are you rating the set? As I said, when you see the set, you will have to understand what kind of table it will make, what kind of information you will have to go through. Secondly, you have to see the condition, and third, the questions. If all the questions are direct, you can give more marks. So that's what it is. That's in the slot 1. We have done all 8 set of slot 1. Unfortunately, I did not have slot 1 as my paper. So I scored a 99.99 in slot 2. Which all question did I attempt? How did I go about it? Score of 67 on this paper in slot 2 is what I managed in CAT 2018. So this paper will start after 15 minutes. So 2 hours we did the first slot. Now 15 minutes of break, and then I feel in next 2 hours or so we'll be doing the second slot. Probably it will take 7:15 to get this entire slot completed. So 15-minute break, we'll start at 5:15 sharp. Thank you. Those who have just joined, we are done with the slot 1. We'll be starting slot 2 at 5:15. Thank you. Welcome back after the break. So we are to start with the second slot. I would definitely want for all these questions also. First, you will have to rate the set, and then we'll be discussing them one by one. Uh, I solved 6 set during the paper. I probably will be taking those 6 sets as well in today's discussion. So I had to take 50 question. I have taken all 32 of slot 1. Probably will try to take all 32 of slot 2, but I think one of the set is not convenient to do it in 5-10 minutes. So that probably we will leave. But apart from that, we'll try to do all the sets. Let's try with the first set. Rate this set on a scale of 10, and we will be going with the solution. Rate this, try and solve, ask yourself that whether you should do it or not. Is it an easy or a medium or a difficult set? In the chat box. Any rating to this set? Yeah. So let's understand this set. It says a currency exchange outlet uses local currency L to buy 3 currencies A, B, C, but not exchange one international currency with the other. The base exchange rate of ABC is in the ratio of 100, 120 and 1. The buying exchange rate of ABC with respect to L is 5% below the corresponding base rates, and the selling is 10% above the corresponding exchange rate. The following facts are known to us. Now this should give you a hint that if I am great at calculation, then only I should pick up the question, because there is a huge amount of calculation. You have to understand, you have to buy the currency, you have to sell the currency. 100, 120 and 1, not at that rate. 5% below you will buy and 10% above you will sell. So those numbers are not that easy. And then the condition says the amount of L used to the outlet to buy C is equal to amount of L for selling it. That's a direct information. You can understand ratio you will get. The amount L used to buy outlet, buy the outlet to buy A and B is in the ratio of 5:3. The amount of L outlet received from sales of A and B in the ratio of 5:9. The outlet received 88,000 of L by selling A during the day. The outlet started the day with L, with some amount of L, and this units of them, and the outlet ended with some amount of L and these are the units. So basically conditions, some of them are direct, some of them are not. So as far as set is concerned, it is 1.5 to 2. You can definitely understand. If you like calculation, this is an easier set. If you don't like, it is lower. So it could be ranging from 1 to 2. Conditions are 2, definitely. Questions are direct. How many units, how many? So once the table will be made, questions are direct. So that is somewhere around a 6.5. This is what the understanding is. Zeppelin, I think I've already told you that set, when you see this, you have to forecast what kind of table that is made. If you can and if you find that it is easier table, set ka rating is out of 3. 3 means an easier set, 2 means a slightly easier doable, 1 is difficult and 0 is very difficult. So this set is between easy and difficult. If conditions are direct, then you give it a 3. If conditions are deductive, you give it 2, 1, and all the conditions are deductive, you give it a 0. So conditions are, I can see that these numbers are in ratio. If you're good at calculation, you will be able to solve. If questions are starting with if questions are starting what if, that means they are open questions. Whereas these questions are direct question, they are called closed question. So most of the questions are direct question. So out of 4, I'll give it a 3 marks. So out of 10, this is a 6.5 set. Can be done, but you have to understand while doing it, you have to have a great calculation speed. Okay, let's go ahead with the calculation. So first, yeah, now I know that the rate is in the ratio of 100 is to 120 is to 1. I've kept it as 100, 120 and 1 itself. But while buying, you have to give a discount. You have to lower the rate by 5%. So that is 95 for A. Now let us understand that we bought A1 quantity. We bought A1 quantity at the rate of 95. So total buying will be worth of 95 times A1. Similarly, you bought B1 unit of B, but now at the rate of 5% less than 120, 125% less, that will be 6 less to 114. So total buy would be 114 times B1, and similarly 1 for C, but then 5% discount, so 0.95 C1. That's the total buy of the third type of currency. That's what you should understand. Similarly, while selling, they are 10% higher. So out of 100, it will be 10% higher. So 101 times A2, 110 times A2. This is 132 times B2 and 101.1 times C2. That's what the quantity is bought. Okay, everything is in terms of L. Now, if you can understand the first statement, that the amount of L used to buy C is equal to the amount L used to sell C. To buy C, you have used 0.95 of C1. That is equals to sell C, you have used 1.1 of C2. So C1 by C2 is 1.1 by 0.95. That is 11 by 9.5. That is 110 by 95. 5, you will cancel it out. So it is 22 by 19. So I know this is, if this is 22x, this is 19x. Okay, so the ratio is clear with us. Now the second says the amount of L used in outlet to buy A and B is in the ratio of 5:3. So I know 95 A1 upon 114 B1 is equals to 5 by 9. So you will understand 19 5s are, 19 6s are, 5 5 cut, 3 2s are, 3 3s are. So A1 by B1 is 2 by 3. So if this is 2A, this is 3A. Amount of L in outlet received from sales of A and B are 5:9. Sales of A and B will make it 110 A2 upon 132 B2. That is equals to, I'm so sorry, buy was 5 by 3. Buy was 5 by 3. I think I have made a mistake. The amount of L used to buy A and B is in the ratio of 5:3. So this was 5:3, not 5:9. Yeah, this happens after 2 hours. Anyways, yeah. So this was 5 by 3. So 19 5s are, 19 6s are, 5 5 cut. So A1 by B1 is 2 by 1. So this is 2A, this is A. Yeah. So 2A and A, that's the idea. Okay. Now this is 5 by 9. If you cross it by 22, again 22 5s are, 22 6s are, 5 5 cut. So this will become 2 by 3. So if this is 2B, this is 3B. So I have got the numbers, the ratios. I'll just erase the unnecessary thing. So this is 2:3's ratio. This was 2:1's ratio. You have got C1, C2 in the ratio of 20:19. So that is done. Now it says the outlet received 88,000 of units of L by selling A on that day. If you can understand, A were sold at a 2B quantity and 110 price, and total unit is 88,000. You can just cancel out 0 0. 11 8s are 88, 800. This will get cancelled out. So B is 400. So this will be 800 and this will be 1200 for sure. So the calculation that we have done so far, I'll just cancel it out. So this is going to be cancelled out. B is 400. So this is 800 and 1200. Now the outlet started the day with some amount of L, 2500, 4800 and 48,000 of C. The outlet ended the day with same amount of L, 3300 units of A and 4800 of B. So basically you have to understand that B is not changed. So if it is 1200 quantity which is sold, so 1200 must be bought. So this is again not A, it is 1200. So this will become double of it, 2400. So this is 1200 and this is 2400. And 48,000 and 51,000, so that's a difference of 2,000. So sorry, I think I have made some mistake, because if I tally it, so it is 2500 plus 2400 minus 800, it has to be 41, but 41 it has to be 33. Let's see. See, it is 48 plus 22 minus 19 is equal to 51. So I know that this is 22,000 and 19,000. So C, it is absolutely fine. For C, it is 22,000 for sure and 19,000 for sure. So C is done. A and B, I think I have made some silly error. Let's see. Let's just understand where did we make this error. So C is absolutely fine. You have got 22:19 as a ratio, and hence this is 22,000. So you started with the 48,000, then you bought 22,000, and then you sold 19,000. So that's total is 51,000. That is telling. For B and A, the quantity which was asked, based on the question, let's just recalculate. I think some silly error in calculation is there. So it is given that 95A1 upon 114B1 is 5 by 3. This anyways every day it is 5 by 6. 5 5 cut, 2 is to 1. So A by B is 2 is to 1. 2A A, it is absolutely correct. Then 110 A2 upon 132 B2. So the amount of outlet received from the sales of A and B is equal to 5 is to 9. So again this is 5 by 6 for sure. This will be getting cancelled out. This will be 2 by 3. So this is 2B. This is 3B. So I know that you started with B as 4800. You ended up with B at 4800. So first is A is equal to 3B. And secondly, you know that this is, so 2A minus 2B is equal to 800, because so A minus B is equal to 400. A is 3B, so that is 2B is equals to 400. So B is equal to 200. So if B is 200, this is 400, this is 600, this is 600, and this is 1200. I think now everything is correct. There is no issue. I don't know where did we make mistake, but this is what it is. So 400, 600, 600, 1200, everything is correct, and this is this. Now let's move on to the questions. So the question is asked, how many units of C did you sell? So obviously this is 19,000, because this was 22 is to 19, so 19,000. Next, what is the base exchange rate for currency B with respect to currency L on that day? What is the base exchange rate? So that for that you have to understand this was 88,000 units. So you know for A you bought 1200 units, you sold 400 units. So A's price was we knew it was 110 into, I'm so sorry, yeah. So 110 into, let's say there could be a multiplier of M into this A2 was 400. This was the selling, minus 95 of M multiplier, and that is A1. A1 was 1200. That is 88,000, of course, minus 88,000. So you had to give L of 88,000 on behalf of this. So this turns out to be 44,000 M minus 95 into 1200, that turns out to be 950 and 190. So that is 1140 of M is equal to minus 88,000. If you solve this, you will get M is equal to I'm so sorry, it was just told to buy. So this was 44,000 M. To buy you needed 88,000, not to sell you needed 88,000, not to buy. So this was just equal to was 88,000, so that was easy one. Yeah. So this is 88,000. So 000 cut, M is equal to 2, so multiplier is 2. So basically this was not 100, this was 200, 240 and 2. So the question is, how many, third question, what was the base exchange rate of B with respect to currency L? So it was not 120, it was 240. Okay. So there are some people who are asking, sir, can you explain it once again? I'll do that. This question is definitely We'll do once again some silly mistakes that we did because a lot of things I had to erase and write. And question number 4, what is the buying exchange rate of the currency C which correspond to L? So you have to understand buying ratio is 0.95, but the multiplier was 2, and hence it is 0.95 into 2, 1.90 was the answer. So I'll just structurally write down everything so that you will understand. If anyone wants to write down, you can write down as well. I'll write down it in smaller handwriting so everyone understands everything. So here first thing was said that amount of C while buying, so 0.95 of C1 is equals to 1.1 of C2. So C1 by C2, that is 22 by 19. This was the first thing that we understood. Second, it was said 95A1 upon 114B1, that was given as 5 by 3. That made it A1 by B1 is equal to 2 by 1. Finally, 110A2 upon 132B2, that was given as 5 by 9. So A2 by B2, that was 2 by 3. So we took this as 22x, 19x, this was 2a, this was a, this was 2b, this was 3b. But now I know that b was 4800 at the starting of the day and 4800 at the end of the day. So basically this a and 3b will be equal because 4800 will get cancelled out. So a is equal to 3b, and a started with 2500 minus 2a plus 2b is equal to 3300. So you will get, of course, b minus a is equal to 800. We'll put a is equal to 3b. So this is, you sold 2b, sorry, the minus 2b. Just a second. So you started with a 4800, then you bought a, so a will be added, bought a and sold 3b, so it will be subtracted. You bought a and sold 3b, so hence a is equal to 3b. Whereas for a, you started with 2500, you bought 2a, sold 2b, and the total is 3300. When you solve this, you will get a minus b is equals to 400. You put it over here, 3b minus b, 2b is equal to 400, hence b is equal to 200. If b is 200, you will get this as 400, this as 600, this is a is equal to 3b, so 600, and this is 1200. So all the numbers are sorted. Now we'll be talking about pricing with this. At the outlet, 88,000 units of L by selling A. Now A, you are selling 400 units. 400 units, if you are selling at 88,000, so 400 units at 88,000. So 1 unit at how much? So that will be 220. But we have assumed it to be 110. Hence, this is not the price. Actually, price is double. And if this price is double, this ratio is double. Now, for every question that we did on this set, let's understand first set. How many units of currency A did outlet buy on that day? So, buy A is 1200. So, 1200 is correct. Next, how many currency of C he sold? So, sold was of course 19. So, that was 19,000. What is the base exchange rate of B? So, this was not 120, it was 120 is double. So, it was 240. And last question, what is the buying exchange rate of currency C with respect to L on that day? Buying rate is 0.95, but it is a multiplier of 2. So, 1.90 is the correct answer. I hope you have understood the entire set. Write down done. We'll go to the set 2. I'm sorry for the interruption that had happened in between. I somewhere lost my mind in between. Anyways, so that happens in DILR. I hope you have got the answer. Anyone any doubts, please ask. Otherwise, write down done. We'll go to the next set. Great. Now if we just understand the second set, this was the set that I did not do during my exam, and I would definitely want you guys to leave this set as well, because this set says there are 23 boxes. It represents the product manufactured by one of the following three companies ABC. The area of the box is proportional to the revenue, and while the center represents the product popularity and market potential in x-axis and y-axis out of 20, the shading of some of the boxes have got erased. So this is alpha, which is cross, this is beta, which is horizontal, Charlie, which is vertical, some of them have been, and then it is asked the company classified at their product based on the four categories, and you have to identify. I did not do this set during my exam. I have not even bothered to do it after that. Probably will not do today as well. This is the set that we will be skipping. Next is 7 to 9 to 12. That's what we will try to rate this set, and we will go further. Fine, if you were to see this set, if there were not the last three lines, this was a very difficult set. But if we can understand, it says an agency is giving scores to FRPI. They'll give you A, B, C, D. A means 50, B means 40, C means 30. So basically the last table which is given, it is nothing but they are scores. So A1 has got a 50, 50, 50 and 40 and so on. And now they have a rating. F could be 0.1, it could be 0.2, 0.3, not in order. That is a weightage, and then there will be a total score. If total score is 45 or more, that is AAA, 35 to 45 is BAA. So basically this table is useless. You have to find out this table. Now this table without these scores is very difficult to find out. But it is given that HQ is better than Bedstead. So this is better than this. Now this has got B, C, D, D. This has got C, D, D, B. 2 times D, 2 times D, 1 time B, 1 time C. But you have to understand which is better. So if you can just make that understanding clear, you will get the entire set. And if the set is clear, now the questions are direct. So my opinion here will be, the set initially seems difficult. I'll put a 2 over there, not a 3 for sure. Conditions are making me more confident and questions are making me much more confident. So that is an 8, a 7.5 or an 8 set. Not a very difficult at all. Let's go ahead with the understanding of this set. Now it is given that this is the rating. Now I know AABA is greater than AAB because because E, education aid, is better than A1. Education aid is given as scoring of AABA. It is more than AAAB. So I'll just put it, my logic. Everyone please pay attention. Let us understand F gives a rating of F. So A into F will makes it, I'll write down over here, 50 times F, because A represents 50 plus 50 times R plus 50 times P plus 40 times I. That is the rating of AAAB. It is less than AABA. AABA means 50 times F plus 50 times R plus 40 times P plus 50 times I. If you can understand, this will get cancelled out. I can definitely say that 10P is less than 10I, and hence I am convinced that P is less than I. Yes or no? So this was the first equation. P is less than I. Now the next one is CDDB is greater than BCDD is greater than BDDC. Now if I can see these 2D are constant, they will get cancelled out. So I know C, which was in high Q, HQ, C, which will be 30 times F. 30 times F plus this D is 20 times R, samne bhi 20 times R will get cancelled out. So this is 20 times P, 20 times P cancelled out. I am not writing. This is 20 times I is greater than B is 40, B is 40. So 30 times F plus 40 times I is greater than B means 40 times F plus C is 30 times I. So you will get here 10I is greater than 10F, and hence I know that I is greater than F. So I is greater than P, I is greater than F. Now if I compare these two, so this B and D, first and third, are same, they will get cancelled out. So C means 30 times R plus D means last D means 20 times I is greater than 20 times R plus 30 times I. So now I know that 10R is greater than 10I. So I know R is greater than I. So I know for sure these many things, that R is greater than I is greater than P, and I is greater than F. Hence R has to be 0.4. This is 0.4 for sure. I has to be 0.3. Now these two are 0.2 or 0.1, that we don't know. But for that again, let's equate these two. Now these two have got only one common DD, that will get cancelled out. Let's make this equation. So C, that is 30 times F plus D, which is 20 times R plus B, which is 40 times I, is greater than B, which is 40 times F plus 30 times R plus 20 times I. So if you can solve, you will get 20I is greater than 10F plus 10R, which is 10 common, 2I is greater than F plus R. This was anyways known to us. So no new information is passed on. Just a second, I'll just check it again. You are calculating for these two. So C 30F, D is 20R, this D is cancelled out, 40I. This is 40F, 30R. Okay, anyways. But now we know value of R and I, na? We know the value of R and I. I'll just put them. So we know value of R and I. Let's just put it. So let's put it. So R and I will put. R is 0.4, I is 0.3. So that is, just a second, 20 into 0.4, which is 8 plus 12, 30F is greater than, it is 40F plus 30R, which is 12 plus 6. 12 will get cancelled out. It is 10F, which is less than 2. Right? So 0.2 is more than F. Oh, F is less than 0.2. That means F is definitely 0.1. So F is definitely 0.1. And if F is definitely 0.1, P has to be 0.2. So this is 0.1 and this is 0.2. If this much is done, the question is, what is the weight of the faculty quality parameter? Faculty quality is F. F is 0.1. So that's what the answer is, 0.1. Next question. How many colleges have received accreditation of AAA? So you have to understand, for AAA you need to get 45. So to get 45, the highest is of course AABA, education aid. So highest is education aid. So for that, let's calculate. We will get 15 to 0.1, which is 5, 15 to 0.4, which is 20, 0.2 into 40, which is 8, and 15 to 0.3, which is 15. So this is 20 plus 20, 40, 48. 48 is anyways the highest score. So that is, of course, education aid will get 45 plus. Now A1 is AAB. AAB will make it a 20. Then this is 4 is 12. This is 10 and this is 5. So 20 plus 12, 32. 32 plus 20, 42 plus 5, 47. So 47 is also greater than this. But if you can see, if this R is given as apart from anything apart from A, suppose it is given as a grade of D. Now D means this is just given a score of 20. Now 20 into 0.4 is 8. If this is 8, total 45 is never possible. Hence I won't check this, I won't check this, I won't check this, I will check only this fancy. So fancy is 50 into 0.15, 50 into 0.4, 20, 40 into 0.2, 8, and 40 into 0.3, 12, 8 plus 12, 20, 20 plus 20, 40, 40 plus 5, 45. Now if you want to check AAA, AA should be greater than or equal to 45. So this is fancy will definitely be equal to 45. So A, E and F, 3 should be your answer. So that's the correct answer. Next question. So we know all the numbers now. 0.1, 0.4, 0.2, 0.3. Next question is, what is the highest overall score among the 8 colleges? So that is 48 AABA. And finally, how many colleges score between 31 and 40, both inclusive? This is the question that you should leave, because you cannot solve this question in given 2-3 minutes. If you have find out all the answers, this is the question that you should leave. This is the question that you shouldn't have done. Next set, question number 13 to 16. This is a question that you should definitely try. Let's see how many of you can understand what kind of set it is. 2 minutes to identify. Try it. See, there is a question from Ansh that can we solve the entire table and then solve the questions? And that's what we did. We solved almost the entire table, but then the first 3 questions may not have required the scores, and in the last question only you required 30 and 40. So if you would have solved the entire table, it would have taken 4 more minutes and 1 more question. So that's a trade-off that you need to understand. Anyways, this set, I would suggest again, this was a set that should have left by solving a couple of questions. That's what I did during the paper. So here it is given that peacock is designated as the national bird of India, is coded as this. The scheme is case sensitive, case insensitive, does not distinguish between uppercase and lowercase. Each letter has a unique code which is single digit among 1, 2, 3, 9. The digit 9 coded by 2 letters, every other code is 3 letters. The code for word is constructed by arranging the digits correspondingly to its non-decreasing sequence. Now if you can understand, so this is what the coding is given. Now is coded as 3 and 5. It doesn't mean I is 3 and S is 5. It means whatever the code is, now they are arranged in ascending order. So AS is 5, 6. That doesn't mean A is 5, S is 6. One of them is 5, one of them is 6. And finally, whichever is 5 we don't know, it will be in ascending order. So if you can understand what kind of things that you can understand with certainty and with very fast, I'll definitely go with the question. And the first question is, what can be best concluded about the code letter of L for L? So let's just understand. If I put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, ISAS, S is the common and 5 is common. So 5 definitely means S, that means 3 is I, that means 6 is A, and so on. This is how you can definitely go fast. So now I know I is 3. So I is 3, A is 6, A is 6. Now I know some other number also must be coming twice because there are other 6. So N is 6, N is 6. So I am sure 6 we have got N. Now O and L are left with, TOL are left with 1, 8 and 9. TOL 1, 8 and 9. So I am very sure that it is either 1, 8 or 9. But if you can see the previous word THE does not have 1 or 8. It has just, it does not have 1 or 9. it just has 8. So I'm sure T is 8. So 8 you will get a T. Just a second. So 8 you will get a T. Now we are left with 1 or 9. Now we are left with 1 or 9, O and L. But if you can see, there is no option 1 or 9. So that means L has to be 1 and O has to be 9. So now if you can understand, so national had 2N which is 66, 2A which is again 66, T which is 8, T is 8 over here as well. So that's what it is. So you will have to go question wise. So you will find the answer very fast. Next question is, what can be best concluded about the code of B? Options are 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 4. Now we'll talk about B. If you can see B, let's go further from there only. Now I know that T is 8. HE can be 4 or 5. HE can be 4 or 5. Here we've got OF, where O is 9, so F has to be 7. So F is 7 for sure. I and DIA, so there is 3 for I, N is 6, A is 6, so D is 1, but we are not asked about D. But anyways, whatever we are getting, we are just writing. Yeah. So D is 1, OF is used 7, 9. Now D is 1, I is 3. Now R and B could be 3 and 4. Now let's see the options. It was 3 or 4, 1, 3 or 4, 1, 3. So that is for sure it is 3 or 4 right now. B and R. Let's see. So 3 or 4. We have got BR or RB. Any other word with peacock designated as the national bird? We don't have anything to conclude here for B and R, and hence it might be 3 or 4. We'll go to the next question if something else comes up. Right now I am not closing it, but then let's see what happens. How many digits the complete list of letters can be determined, can be identified? For how many digits complete list can be identified? Now that's again a very strong question. And finally, which set of letters cannot be coded with using the digits, which cannot be coded with the same digit? Now that we have to go through options. But if this kind of question is asked, so if we have found out two answers, one is, the first answer is what is L, so that is definitely 1, and what is B, it could be 3 or 4, that's for sure. So if you have identified that much, 2 questions in this set is great. Otherwise, now you will have to find out for every number, and that's a great challenge. But anyways, we have time, so let's find out how many things that we can find out. So peacock, where A is definitely a 6, so that is cancelled out. C is twice, 8 is twice, 9 is twice. So of course once 9 is used for O, so that is used. Now E, it is in the, and we know 8 is T, so it is 4 or 5. Now E is for sure 5 because there is no 4, so E is 5, and when E is 5, we know that H is 4, so H is 4. If H is 4, we have used. Now either there is a possibility that C is for 9, O or K is for 9. Of course O is for 9, so other word is K, so K is for 9, and hence C is 8, so that is C. Everything is used in peacock. Is also entirely used. As is entirely used. Now let's see for designated. Sir, if OF is 79, then we can say O is 9. Yeah, O is 9. We have already put it. Anyways, yes. So OF 79 is already used. India is entirely used. RD is used. 1 and 3. Yeah. Now we are talking about designated and national. Let's see. A is 6. N is 6. T is 8. I is 3. O is 9. N is 6. A is 6. L is 1. Again entirely used. Only designated is remaining. So D is 1 for sure. E we know. E is E we have identified. 5. S is something that we have not been able to identify yet. I is definitely 3. So that is cancelled out. G is something that we have not identified. N is 6. A is 6. T is 8. E is 5. D is 1. So I know SG is 5, 7. Again not, S is 5 for sure. So S 5. So G is 7. G is 7. So now I know that these things are for sure. So for 9, you know definitely that these two numbers are there. Okay. Right. For P is it 8? Yes, P is 8. Because all the letters are used. So P is 8. But C was twice. C was 8. So 9 was used over here. Yeah, C was used twice. So because C was used twice, it cannot be 8, because if this is 8, then P has to be 9, K has to be 9. There cannot be 3 letters with 9. So basically P and K both are 8 and C is 9. So C is 9, P and K both are 8. So you are sure for 9, you are sure for 8. The other numbers are not identified. So for first question, it is 1. Second question, B, it was 3 or 4. Third question, for how many digits can complete list of letter associated with it can be identified. So if we go with this understanding, so 1 is 8 TPK, 1 is 9 OC, because 9 only 2 letters are assigned. Any other we cannot use. So answer is 2. And finally, which set of letters cannot be coded with the same number? XYZ, SUV, SEZ, IBM. XYZ, SUV, SEZ and IBM. XYZ, I don't know, SUV. SUV can't be together because SE are already used. SEZ is possible. SEZ is possible. IBM is possible. XYZ is possible over here. So which is not possible? SUV is not possible. And hence your answer is SUV. Done. So this was a set. It was a bit lengthy set, but 2 questions could have been done without solving it entirely. And that's what I did in the exam. 2 questions I did very fast and then I went to the next set. Let's move further. Question number 17 to 20. Now we have understood. See, if this is a paper which has got first 4 set so lengthy, so next 4 we might have something where we can just identify. So sometimes it may not seem that paper with the first set is the easiest. So you have to understand. P question was asked about P. Yes, P was 9. P was 8. Sorry, P was 8 because O is coming twice. Sorry, C is coming twice. C is coming twice. O is already 9. So C has to be 9 because 9 has only 2 letters. So C is 9. P and K both are 8. Anyways, let's move on to 17 to 20. Rate this set. We will start. So let's see this question. It says each visitor at an amusement park needs to buy a ticket. The ticket can be platinum, gold, or economy. Visitors are classified as old, middle age, or young. The following facts are known about the visitors and ticket sales on a particular day. 140 tickets were sold. The number of middle age visitors was twice the number of old age visitors, while the number of young visitors was twice the number of middle age visitors. The young visitors bought 38 out of 55 economy tickets, and they bought half of the platinum tickets. बहुत बढ़िया. The number of gold tickets bought by old visitors was equal to the number of economy tickets bought by the visitor. Now this is again, I would say this was a doable set, because the set is very simple. It's a table of old, middle age, and young total versus the platinum, gold, economy total. So it's a simple set. We have done this kind of set many a times. So as far as set is concerned, I will give you a 3 marks. Conditions are not every condition is direct, but 140, and again as there are number of tickets, there cannot be fractions. So I will give you a 2. And as far as questions are concerned, all the questions, 3 questions are starting with if and must be true. So questions are not great. 1.5 there. So 6.5 to this set. But set has its own charm of solving, because numbers while solving will be pretty. So let's understand this. Everyone, please pay attention. Here it is given that the 140 tickets were sold. So this is 140. It is written over here. Now middle age is twice this and young is twice this. So if this is x, this will be 2x, this will be 4x, total of 7x is 140. So x has to be 20. So this is 20, 40, 80 is done. Now young visitors is 38 out of 55. So this is 38 out of 55. And they bought half of the platinum tickets. So if platinum is 2x, this is x. Now there is a question. And the number of gold tickets by old visitors were equal to economic tickets by old visitors. So this is AA. These two are also same. So whatever the condition is given, whatever the questions, basic things are given, I have put it on the table. This is there on the table. Now we will understand the questions and we'll go question by question. These are the permanent things that I have kept over here. Now let's read the first question. It says, if the number of old visitors buying platinum tickets were equal to the number of middle age visitors buying platinum tickets. So this and these are equal. Now out of 2x, if x is gone, these both have to be x by 2, x by 2. Then which of the following could be the total number of platinum tickets sold? Platinum ticket, this. So what is the value of 2x? Which of could be value of 2x? Now let's just understand very instantaneously. If x by 2 plus a is 20. Now 20 is even and 2a is also even. So x by 2 must be even. You understand, x by 2 must be even, because if that is even, then only answer will be 20. So I know x by 2 is even. Even is multiple of 2. So x is multiple of 4 and hence 2x is multiple of 8. So I know 2x is a multiple of 8. How many options are multiple of 8? 1. See, there was a question, could be. So you have to understand there must be multiple answers, but it is could be, and hence 32 is the correct answer. So you must have a multiple of 8. Only one option was a multiple of 8, and hence that's the answer. That's why, see, these kind of questions help you. You know, nothing can be non-integral. Everything, every number is a very friendly number. So even odd also can give you an answer of a question. Next, if the total old visitors buying platinum ticket were equal to the middle age visitors buying economy ticket. So old age buying platinum, that is 20 minus 2a, is equal to the middle age buying economy. So economy, this was 55, 38, remaining 17, 17 minus a. So middle age economy and platinum old is equal, so 20 minus 2a is equal to 17 minus a. 17 will come here, it is 3 is equals to a. So a is equal to 3. You were asked the number of old visitors buying gold ticket. So old visitors buying gold ticket is 3. So 3 is the correct answer. Next. If the number of old visitors buying gold ticket was strictly greater than number of young visitors buying gold ticket, young gold, this is 80, this is 38, so this will be 42 minus x. So I know that a is greater than 42 minus x, hence a plus x is greater than 42. This is known to me, and it says then the number of middle age visitors buying gold ticket, middle age gold, was how much? See, if you can understand, total this was 140, 140 out of 55, so that is 85, 85 and 2x, so this will become 85 minus 2x. Out of 85 minus 2x, this was 42 minus x and this was a, so basically 85 minus 2x minus a minus 42 minus x, we are talking about that number, that turns out to be 85 minus 42, which is 43 minus 2x plus x, so minus x minus a, which is 43 minus a plus x. So this is 43 minus a plus x, but you know that a plus x is greater than 42 and this number can never be negative. If it is greater than 42, it has to be 43 for sure. It cannot be 44, otherwise it will be negative answer. So if this is 43, 43, the answer is 0 and 0 is the correct answer. So this was question number 19. Next is question number 20. Which of the following statement must be false? Must be false. The first statement, the number of middle age and young visitors buying gold tickets were equal. Middle age and young gold ticket are equal, K and K. Let's see, I have no evidence of must be false. The number of old visitors and middle visitors buying platinum ticket were equal. This we anyways did it, so x by 2, x by 2. So this is not must be false. The number of gold and platinum ticket bought by young visitors were equal. Gold and platinum by them are equal. Again, no evidence, must be false. The number of old and middle age buying economy tickets were equal. Now there is a problem, because this is 55, 38, remaining is 17. 17 cannot be divisible by 2. It cannot be 8.5, 8.5, and hence this is must be false. So option 4 is the correct answer. So this was 16 to 20. I hope you have understood this set. अगर समझ में आ गया है फटाफट डन लिख लीजिए. Write down done. We'll go to the next set. Done, done, done. Great. Let's see the next set. Try to rate this set. Question number 21 to 24. Let's try. So now this is a question which says there are only 4 brands at entry level of smartphone ABCD in a country. Details about their market share, unit selling price and profitability defined as a profit as a percentage of revenue for the 2016 as given. ABCD, their market share, their unit price, profitability. In 2017, the sales volume of entry level smartphone grew by 40%. Total C offered a discount of 40%, which resulted 50% increase, 15% increase in its market share. Each the other brand lost 5% market share. However, the profitability of C came down to a half of its value in 2016. The unit selling price of the other 3 brands and the profitability, everything remains same. Now this is again, if you understand percentage profitability, the set is definitely understandable. The the thing that is extra 2017, if you can see, there are 2 questions based on 2016 only. So for that you even don't require this information. So this information will be used on only the later half. So other information is very clear. So 2 marks there. Questions again, 2 are very easy and 2 are options. So I think 2.5. So this is 3 plus 2, 5. 7.5 is the answer. And that's what the entire set is all about. We'll go question by question. Let's see the first question. The brand that had the highest revenue in 2016. So I'll just find out the revenue 2016, right? Revenue is selling price into the market share. So let us assume market share was 100 units. So this was 40 market share and 15 selling price. I have ignored 1000. So let's not understand 1000 because everything was in 1000. So I cut it down. So 40 into 15, that is 600. 20 into 25, that is 500. 15 threes are 450 and this is again 500. So obviously the highest revenue was A, option 2 is correct. Second, the brand that had highest profit in 2016 is highest profit. Now profit is considered as percentage of selling price. So it is 1.5, this is 6, this is 12 and this is 7.5. But again into market share bhi karna padega. So it is 40 into 1.5, that is 60 as a profit. This is 150 as a profit. This is 180 as a profit. And this is 150 as a profit. So highest profit is 180. C is the correct answer. So the correct answers are A and C. If these 2 questions, if anyone has any doubt, please ask. So answers are A and C. They are the correct answer. Okay. Next. Question number 22, 20, 20, 21, 22 are done. Let's go with the 23, 24. So I'll just put these numbers in the next slide. Yeah. So you have got 23 and 24. The brand that had highest profit in 2017 is, now for 2017, we can directly take P percent from revenue. It was asked in the question that this P percent is part of revenue. It was given in the question. I did not use it on my own. It was given in the question. Anyways, now 2017 you want the highest profit. So for 2017, the market share of C increased by 15%. So that will be for 30. Market share has increased by 15% and other 3 reduced by 5% each. Okay. The selling price 40% reduced. So for 30 it was 18, other remains same. And profitability, others remain same. This profitability is reduced to half, 20%. So now per unit, if you say again 1.5, 6, 3.6 and this is 7.5. So 1.5 into 35, this is 120, this is 108 and this is 15 into 17.5, 7.5. Now if you can understand, this is never going to be more than 70. So let it be. This is 7.5 into 15, 15 8 जा 120 होता है. 15 into 8 is 120. It is definitely less than 120. So don't calculate. This is the highest for sure. B is the correct answer. Sir, it is not given that it was increased by percentage points. Yes, I definitely agree to you. There is something called percentage point, but the English here says which resulted in 15% increase in its market share. Now market share by default was, ideally it should have been percentage point. I agree to you. Percentage point. Now market share is basically a percentage point. When I say I have 30% market share and when I say I have 40% market share, that market share increase of 10%, that means 10 percentage point increase. So definitely a percentage point would have been a better usage of English here. But yeah, this also means the same. You have to read it very carefully. Market share by default is in percentage. So if our market share increase, basically it's a percentage point increase. Next, the complete list of brand whose profit went up in 2017 as compared to 2016. So 2017 the profit was 60, 150, 120, 150. So it was 60, 150, 120 and 180 and 150. So the profit went up in 2017. So just a second, complete list of brands. Oh yes, of course. Now this was, see, we saw it by the basic comparison, but because here total 40% was increase, so this is 35 into 1.5 into 1.4. This is 120 into 1.4 because 40% overall market has increased. It is 108 into 1.4 and this was 15 into 15 by 2 into 1.4. Now this is definitely 100 and this is 7 into 24, 168. So B has definitely increased. This is 35 into 1.5, which is somewhere around 52.5. 52.5 into 1.4 is definitely more than 60. This is 108 into 1.4 is nowhere near to 180. If it would have been 1.5, then also it would have been 150, 162, something like that. So this is not increased. Now this is 225 by 2, which is 112.5 into 1.4. This calculation we will have to do. So this is 225 by 2 into 14 by 10. This will go by 5. This will go by 45. This will go by 7. So 45 sevens are 45 2s are 90. 93s are, no, that's too high. Just a second. Yeah. So this is, yeah. Into 1.4, just a second. So that is, yeah, you can do like that. So it is 112.5, which is 225 by 2 into 14 by 10. This is 7. This is 2. This is 45, so it is 45 into 7 by 2. Okay, so not an issue. So 45 into 7, which is 270 plus 45, 315 by 2, which is 157.5. So anyways, that is also increased. So A, B and D have increased. That is the correct answer. So that's the correct answer. So this was the set. Again, definitely doable. You just have to be good with multiplication. Let's move on to the next set, 25 to 28. Try and solve this set. In fact, try and rate this set out of 10. Let's go ahead. Last two sets probably are remaining. We are on time. Let's go ahead with last two sets. These are definitely worth learning. If you could rate this set, I would say probably seems to be very easy. Just by reading, you can definitely understand. So there are 7 candidates whose timing is given and whose room number is given. So you just have to put room number and timing. So you have to understand here a lot of things told by everyone. So Balram says I was the third person. So if there are total 7 person, and if one person says that I was the third person, so before that one room has 3 people. Chitra says I was the last person. A says I was the only person. So there is one room, there is only one person is there. Fatima told 3 people including A were already there in my room. So now Fatima's room has 4 people. Balram's room has 3 people. E has 1. That makes it a total of 8, which is not possible. So while just reading this information, I came to know that these two are same room. So Balram and Fatima are in the same room. Balram came third, Fatima came fourth. So there is one room with 4 people, one room with 1. So other room with only 2 people, and that will be again that room will be, this was 101. Balram's was 101. Ganesh says there was 2 candidates, room 102. So 102 had 2 candidates, which has Ganesh, and the last one to enter was of course Chitra. So Ganesh and Chitra is done, and this E had 1 person. So before even reading the set, I knew this is 4-2-1. I know Ganesh and C are together. I know C is the last one. So I think this set doesn't require your attention at all if you read it carefully. So I would give this set, it's just an arrangement set. So 3 on 3. The conditions are so friendly that it will make your table very easy. So 3 on 3. And if you can read the question, only one question with if. So this is a 9-pointer set, a must be done. A must be done set. So again, this paper had lot of easy set, lot of difficult set. But if the correct selection was done, you would have done a great job. Let's understand. So once we have understood this, this is the information given. 710, 715, 725 and so on. Room number 101, 102, 103. Now this was the last. C was the last in 102. So after that, no one should go. Before that, there should be a G. A was in the same room that F was, and we know F was in 101. So A was also in 101. B was the third one to enter in 101. B was the third one to enter 101. So B would be either here or here. Let us put it for now, it is here. So in that case, the person who came with A would be probably G, and who's left E. E was the only one, so E has to come over here. So this is E, this is B, so A, B, C. D is pending, this is G, so this D is pending, so D will be here. So I know this is the case. B came third on 101, F came fourth on 101, A was already there, C came the last in 102, E said I was only in my room, so that is 103, G was among those two people here, so the entire set is definitely doable. Now the only change could be D was here and G was here. This is the second case possibility, right? Because B had to come third in his room, so A, D here and B here could be a possibility. Or the worst case, A, D here, B here, and then G and C here, F is here and E is here. That's also a case where B is third. So all these possibilities are there. ADB, ADB or ADB, these three possibilities. But let's see the questions. What best can be said about the room number of Divya allotted to? Now Divya was definitely allotted 101. So hence answer is definitely 101. Next, who else was in room 102 when Ganesh entered? When Ganesh entered, there was no one. So Ganesh could enter at any time, but there was no one. So answer is no one. Next question is, when did E reach the venue? E was the last one to reach, 7:45. And if Ganesh entered the venue before D, when did Balram enter? If Ganesh before D, that means Ganesh has to come at 7:10. So Ganesh came at 7:10. That means D came at 7:15. And if D came at 7:15, that means B has to come at 7:25. And hence your answer is 7:25. So this was an easy set. Someone was asking which paper was this. This was CAT 2018 2018, and this was set 2. Last set of this, let's move ahead with that. Let's rate that set. Today we are faster than the previous class. Probably will end before 7 o'clock. That's a great achievement. We have done almost 14 set by now. We'll be going to the 15th set. Only one set that we have not done is slot to a DI set. That probably is not needed to do. Let's move to the last set, 29 to 32. I'll give you 3 minutes. Let's do it let's do it that way. I'll give you 5 minutes. Give me topic, that which topic this set is from, and rating of this set. Let's try. I'll give you 4 to 5 minutes. Try now. Let's see how many of you have told that it is a Venn diagram 7 to 8. So let's understand this carefully. It says answer the following question based on the given information. Fun sports has 3 sports, G, K and L. Currently it has 39 enrollments, which whom the at least one of the 3 sports they play. Following are the details. The number of students who enrolled in L is double the number of students enrolled in all 3 sports. There are total of 17 students enrolled in G. The number of students enrolled in only G is 1 less than this. Okay. The maximum students in L. So, lot of deductive reasoning. What is the minimum number? So, that means there are cases. We know there are cases. If the number, there are cases due to academic pressure, So, I know set is Venn diagram. Venn diagram everyone knows. Set is a 3. Conditions are deductive. So, I'll give a 1.5. Questions are again difficult, 1.5 or 1. So, that makes it 5.5 to 6. So, that's the set rating. See, it cannot be like that it is Venn diagram, that means it is 8. Even in Venn diagram, there can be cases that we have to identify. From questions you will understand that there are these kind of things, that this small aspect, if you can understand, you will have a great set selection method. Let's move on to the question. Now, I just made the Venn diagram with the basic information. The number of students enrolled in only L is double the students enrolled in all 3 sports. So, all 3 sports is X, this is 2X. There are a total of 17 students who enrolled in G. So, 17 I have written, total is 39 I have written. The number of students enrolled in only G is 1 less than the number of students enrolled in only L. So, this is 2X, this is 2X minus 1. The number of students who enrolled in only K is equal to the number of students who enrolled in both K and L. K and L, and this is, just a second. So, let this be A. This entire part will be A. So, this is basically A minus X. Okay. Now, we are told the maximum students, so L is maximum. 10 students who enrolled in G also enrolled in at least other sports. So, G is 17, this is 10. So, that means this is 7. So, if 2X minus 1 is 7, so that means 2X is equal to 8. So, that means X is equal to 4, and if we know X is 4, so a lot of things are already aware. So, this will become so X was 4, this was double, this was 1 less, this was A minus 4. Now, if you can understand, G was total of 17. Out of 17, 11 is used. 11 is used. Remaining there are 6. Now, 6 could be, it could be any number. It could be 6, 0, 1, 5 and so on. But if you can understand that total is 39, this is 17. So, remaining are 22. 22 out of this is 8. So, remaining part is 14. So, you have got A plus A minus 4 is equal to 14. So, 2A is equals to 18. So, A is 9. So, I know it is not A, it is 9. And this is not A minus 4, this is 5. So, I know for sure that this K is already 1 ahead of L, because see, 4 and 5 are common in both. 9 is more than 8, but I want L to be maximum. So, now this is already 1 mark behind and I want total to be higher than K. So, now this 6 cannot be 6, 0. it has to be this number at least more than 2 by this number. So it cannot be 60, it cannot be 51, it cannot be 42, it cannot be 33. It cannot be, it can be 24. So one possibility is 24. So in that case, this total will be 20 and this total will be 21, which is maximum. So that is possible. Or it could be 51 or it could be 60. So other things were same. So 9, 5, 4, 8, 17. So this is 7. So 7 plus 4, 11, 11 and 6, 17. This is 8 and 9, 17, 17, 5, 22. Whereas this will become 9, 9, 18, 19. Or the second case, it will be 23, and this will be 18. So basically there are three cases. One is 20 where it is 42, one is 19 which is 51, one is 18 which is 60. Now let's read the instructions. Have we missed anything or have we kept everything in line? So number of students enrolled in L is double the number of students enrolled in all three sports. Ekdam sahi hai. The total number, there are 17 in G, correct. The number of students only enrolled in G is 1 less only L, correct. The number of students enrolled in only K is equal to the number of students who enrolled in both K and L, 9, 9, correct. The maximum number of students enrolled in L is 21, 22, 23, all of them are possible. 10 students enrolled in G also enrolled in at least one more sports. Yes, this is anyways 10, every time 10. Now let the question begin. What is the minimum number of students enrolled in both G and L but not K? G and L but not K. Answer is 4 because 4, 5, 6 is the answer. So answer is 4. Next, if the number of students enrolled in K and L are in the ratio of 19:22, 19:22 means this is the ratio, 19 and 22. Then what is the number of students enrolled in L? Of course, it has to be 22 because 19 and 22 only one option is given. So 19, 22. So this answer is 22 for sure. Next, due to academic pressure, I'll just write down all the numbers here so that we remember. So this was 4, 8, 7, 4, 2, 9, 5. This was 21. This was 20. The next was again 2, 1 or 0, 5 or 6, 4, 5, 9, 8, 7, which made it 22 or 23, and this was 19 or 20. Let's see the question. Due to academic pressure, the students who enrolled in all three sports were asked to withdraw from one of the three sports. After the withdrawal, the number of students enrolled in G was 6 less than the number of students enrolled in L, while the number of students who enrolled in K went down by 1. After the withdrawal, how many students were enrolled in both G and K? Now you have to understand, if total enrollment of K reduced by 1, so out of the 4, one person moved out, and the other 3 went in K itself. So K is reduced by 1. So this number definitely has increased by 1. This number is definitely increased by 1. Now 3 people are going here and here. If you can understand, right now the difference is 4 or 5 or 6. If after the withdrawal also the difference has to be 6, then these 3 students can go 1.5, 1.5 each. But 1.5, 1.5 is not possible because 6 ka 6 to nahi ho sakta. 6 ka 6 because this is increase of 1 in both. But then if you want a difference of 6 and current difference is also of 6, so they should go equally. but equally they can't go because 1.5 is not possible. So I'm just erasing an option that 23, this was not the possible case initially, hence 60 was not the initial case. So I had only two cases initially. Now let's think of the other case. This is 5 ka gap, difference of 5, and at the end it has to be 6 ka gap. So 1 is coming over here, 2 will come over here, and 1 will go over here. So now what will happen? Let's just understand. Out of 70, 2 are gone over here, so this will become 15, and out of 22, 1 has gone over here, so this will become 21. Yes, there is a gap of 6. So in this case there was a possibility. I'll just repeat it again so that all of you can understand what happened. This is a tricky thing, not difficult, I would say. If you wanted those 4 to go out with one of them going out of K, what about the other two? So if this is 4, 8, 5, 5, 1, 7 and 9. Now this K was totaled as 19. 1% went out. So this 4, 3 of them should stay in K. One of them will go out. So this will definitely plus 1. K is minus by 1 and hence it is 18. Now this was 22. If you can understand, the right now gap is 5. If you add this, still the gap is 5, 22 and 17 are there. Now this is 3 because one person has moved out. Now out of this 3, it could be 3, 0, 2, 1, 1, 2, whatever it is. But the gap is 5. Now I want gap is 6. So let one person go here and 2% go here. In that case, 1% will move out from L and 2% will move out from G. So G will be reduced by 2. This will be reduced by 1. Overall the gap will be of 6. So I will add 1% over here. So this will become 2. And 2% over here, this will become 7. So if you add them, this is 15 plus 6, this will become 21 because 1% has moved out, and this will become 15. 2% moved out. Now the question is, after the withdrawal, how many students were both in G and K? G and K, this will be 2. But we cannot conclude over here. We have to see the third case as well. Although it was theta, so I am very sure that the answer is 2 only. But let's just understand if there is another place where you get any answers. So let's just understand this was the case. Now the difference between them is 4. If the difference is 4 and you want the difference of 2, there will be only 3 people left over here. This was 5. Now I want this 17 to be 3 less, then it will become 14. But 14 and 21 will not be happening. The gap is 17. If I put this as 15, so I have to reduce this by 2. But if this reduces by 2, L will reduce by 1 and this will become 20. And 15 and 20, the difference is not 6. And hence, with that scenario, second set, the possibility is not happening. The difference is not 6. So the only possibility is this. In this case, this is happening. So people in both K and G and K are 2. Hence 2 is the answer. And the last question, which is happening the same part, same things. 6 less than L. Now the question is, how many students were enrolled in both G and L? This was actually easy question, because G and L तो हमने पहले से ही निकाल लिया था. G and L was there, that 5 plus 1, it would have been 6. And hence the answer is 6. Option 2 is the correct answer. This sums up both the slots of CAT 18. We have done 4 hours of marathon session. Except for one set, we have taken all the 15 sets. I hope you have understood these sets. Now, whenever you see a set, 3 things that you need to do. First, initially rate the set. Second, please ensure that you are doing the set with a timer. And third, you learn from your mistakes. Whatever mistakes that you have made, you try to learn from that. I think that's it. We're done with both the slots. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for studying for 4 hours. I hope you've learned a lot. We'll keep up to this. Enjoy. Have a great CAT ahead. We are just a few weeks to go for CAT. Thank you. All the best.